The coffee isn't quite ready yet. We had some issues with it this morning, so.
No problem. I don't drink coffee
Oh, do you not?
because party is right.
Do you do tea at all sometimes? Since it has less? Yeah.
Joey,
Yeah.
you gotta do something more out.
Quite ready.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You stay on it. It's only like this road came downtown. 15 miles from the north. 15 miles. No, yeah, that road, other than- Yeah, like there, like this, more like that. Get on one car. Yeah, that's what it's like. But it's really. Well, you do it, you can work with the side from up there and back there. Exactly, but then that way I do, I know, power, right, back there.
Yeah. Dude, he always does that. No. We're just gonna start it. Sorry, the world doesn't revolve around you.
Oh, now, there's all. He was a whole. Yeah. No, I have to. Yeah. Mom, how are we doing there? Yeah, everybody, your wife, yeah, good morning.
Good morning, Michael. Good, how are you?
How you on well? 3 hours. 3 hours. You can't hold me in that house. Yeah, I got an hour.
It might be. If it tastes fine, it's fine.
With that. Yeah, all that, I'm just getting set up here. You can have your- You know me, I. All of them. Yeah.
Good morning, Naomi.
They got arrested. Alex.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. Well, there's only two committees for them to cover. Yeah, so, well, there's three of them, but there's only two committees that they have to cover today. So it'll be quicker than yesterday would be my assumption. Okay,
Well, I'm sure the one for the video. The other, I don't know if you had a chance to check and see. if
I
it's
haven't.
paid or not. We can see that later, but if I can, I just have to wait for the truck to get here. Just realized I got here and I still want to check.
Good morning, everyone. We are going to go ahead and get started here shortly, so please go ahead and wrap up your conversations and take your seats. We'll get started here in just a couple of minutes. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started so we can be respectful of everyone's time. I'm Brittany Dixon, the Executive Director for Club 20. I want to thank you all for coming here today again to join us for our day 2, where we'll be talking about transportation and tourism today. I want to start off by thanking our wonderful sponsors for the day. We have this lovely venue here provided by Archuleta County, and we had a couple of folks join us from Archuleta and Pagosa yesterday. So we're very grateful for the space and for all of their hospitality while we've been here. Our lunch today is also going to be provided by Roxall Consulting Group. We have a representative here in the back over there. And then we also had lunch provided by Rocky Mountain Health Plans as well. So big round of applause for our sponsors before we begin. So a couple of housekeeping items. There's coffee, pastries, goodies, snacks in the back. Please help yourself. Drinks in the fridge back there as well. Restrooms are right outside these doors, either to the left or the right. And there are some loose cords. We tried to tape them down as best as possible, but just watch your step if you're coming towards the front at all, especially for our presenters. So with that, we're going to go ahead and get started. I'm first going to start with our most senior office, Senator Bennett's office, and online we have Matthew Kyraker, and I hope I'm saying that correctly. And he is the Central Mountains Regional Representative. So I'll go ahead and get him pulled up.
There I am. Hi, guys. Or no, I'm not there quite yet. Now, Brittany, you didn't butcher it as bad as most folks. So I'm Matt Kirker. The E is silent in my name, but you can call me just about anything. So I really appreciate having the opportunity to present to you guys this morning. I'm sorry I cannot be there in person. I think I was last at a Club 20 event in Rangeley last year. I'm hopeful I can make it to Walden in 2 weeks, but I'm happy to present online here and going to touch on a few key topics that I think will be of importance given today's agenda. I'm going to start with a few of the transportation priorities for the senator. And I think first to note, the infrastructure law we passed last year, right, this bipartisan infrastructure law, plussed up some very key funding programs, one of the largest being called the RAISE Transportation Grant Program through the Department of Transportation. There are a few others as well. There's Infra, which has to do more with moving freight infrastructure. There's MEGA. We have some new grant programs called Safer Streets for All or Safe Streets for All. We have another one called Protect. But the RAISE program, I think it historically had some other names such as Tiger and then maybe Build. But the RAISE program was at $1 billion. Now it's at 1.5 billion. And what this means is some much larger projects in smaller communities we've been able to secure. So this year, just in the past month or so, we welcomed 2 key grants on the West Slope. One in Cortez, it's a planning grant, and that's at about $1 million. feasibility study, corridor access, technical design, engineering. And then the big one is in Delta, which you guys are probably aware of, right? This whole reconstruction of Main Street, and that's at 13.2 million. So again, really critical infrastructure projects to the West Slope. Additionally, I think you guys are well aware of what's called congressionally directed spending, which is through the appropriations process, now this is going on, I think, our third year. After, for a long time, they were called earmarks, right? We've had some ability to get some key transportation projects approved. So the fiscal year 24 appropriations process, it's a long process. We worked with many of you all over the course of the spring to get projects formally submitted. And now we're in this waiting game where the appropriations committees, both on the House side and on the Senate side, are working to develop draft bills that ultimately come together as part of an omnibus appropriations package. So the two that I wanted to highlight, one is for Cottonwood Pass, right? And when we've seen closures within the Glenwood Canyon, this Cottonwood Pass getting from Gypsum over into Carbondale, the Roaring Fork Valley, has been, it's a bottleneck, and Cottonwood Pass was not made for larger vehicles, but we still see it as a critical alternative for when the canyon does close. And so there's one part of it called Blue Hill that I think both the counties, Garfield, Pitkin, Eagle, have all recognized this is where the bottleneck is worst. And there's about $5 million that is absolutely critical that needs to get done. So we're trying to get about 2.2 million to do this work. I did just see, as part of this process, the Senate will end up releasing the Transportation Appropriations Committee will release a draft bill. But I already saw on the House side, I think yesterday, there was 1.5 million for this Cottonwood Pass, this Blue Hill redesign and construction. So I think that's critical. There's also about 1.25 million for the Brush Creek Underpass in Gunnison County. So I think all of those, again, taken together, some really awesome money that can come from the federal government to the Western Slope to fund these critical transportation infrastructure projects. So I'll also then touch on two other points before I hand it off to the others. One, this is kind of more related to all sorts of services, but the payment in lieu of taxes program, right, or PILT, is critical for our West Slope counties. We lead a letter every year with Senator Crapo, a Republican from Idaho, and it essentially says, hey, these counties with large amounts of public lands, they are not getting the property tax revenue that they would otherwise get, right? So they should get some sort of payment. And there's a formula that, don't ask me for the details on the formula, but we see payouts of, I think, $4 million to Mesa County this year, over 3.7 million. I think to Garfield. Archuleta, I think even like 1.1 million, right? So even rural Colorado, West Slope counties are getting critical money for whether it's infrastructure, law enforcement, fire districts, search and rescue. And this has to be reauthorized almost annually. Sometimes it gets reauthorized for 2 or 3 years. But it's something that we recognize as critical to the West Slope counties and to all of our communities. And then, so the final point, when you guys get to the tourism and outdoor recreation part of your agenda, there hasn't historically been, that I know of, a great funding model to promote helping communities that maybe need new boat ramps, better access to public lands for hunting and hiking, snowmobiling, other types of investments in infrastructure that are related to outdoor recreation and tourism. And we recognized that there's a potential. We saw through the Economic Development Administration something called the Assistance to Coal Communities, which essentially said, hey, we're not creating a new program. It still runs through the EDA, through the existing funding structure, but we want to do a carve out of, in the case of Assistance to Coal Communities, I think it was a $50 million carve out that says, hey, let's target this investment in certain ways to communities that have historically relied on coal, whether it's extraction or generation, and then now may be facing some closures, right? So I'm thinking about Craig and Moffat County. And there was some money through EDA that went through that ACC. I hope there will be more to whether it's west end of Montrose or North Fork of in Paonia and Hotchkiss. So with that in mind, we said, why couldn't we do something similar for hunting, boat ramps, other forms of outdoor recreation that yes, it drives tourism and economic development, but I think it's as much about improving the quality of life of residents in these communities as it is driving more tourism or economic development. And so we haven't yet introduced, but we plan to introduce what we're calling the Outdoor Recreation. Let me pull it up because I forget the exact name. Outdoor Recreation and Investment Act. And we're hoping we could put this into the farm bill that gets reauthorized every 5 years and being reauthorized later this year to, again, just target about 50 million bucks specifically for these types of critical outdoor recreation, or maybe not critical, but helping communities that otherwise wouldn't have access to these types of funds, right? To make these sorts of investments. Maybe that's in Craig, reconnecting the Yampa River to the city, which is about a mile, right, from Victory Way down to the Yampa and Loudy Simpson Park. That could be reconnecting it through trails. It certainly, when I think about the Yampa River, I think about Gunnison. I mean, there are opportunities to do other types of investments, whether that's, access to the river, access to hunting or fishing around the river or in the river. So that bill we plan to reintroduce, and we're hopeful that we can get it into the farm bill. So with that, I'm happy to take questions now, or Brittany, maybe we do all three of us, and then we could take questions at the end, either way. But that's what I got for right now. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Matt. Let's see if there's any questions. Ray, go ahead.
Good morning, Matt. Thanks for being on with us this morning. This is Ray Beck, co-chair for transportation. You mentioned public lands a little while ago in the payment. Is that, I guess you were referring to built. So I don't know, is that formula changing or is it going to increase? What does that look like? That's a big revenue sources for county.
Right. No, so right. And to be clear, this is not the PILT funding goes to counties and is essentially has very, I don't think any strings attached, and counties have historically used that funding to support law enforcement or search and rescue or roads and bridges. It's the formula has essentially remained the same. When I looked last year versus this year, and again, I don't fully understand how it changed, but we got about another $1 million across Colorado. So where Mesa County last year, I think in 2022 got 3.9 million. This year they got 4.1 million. Now, if you look across every county on the West Slope, there are a few counties it looks like that may be getting a few percentage points less in funding, but the formula has remained the same. And the critical, what we've worked with Senator Crapo on is to make sure that full funding, right, that formula, it doesn't get cut in any way. So to answer your question, yes, it's full funding. We'd like to see it continue, but it will be just like next year. We'll be leading another letter with Crapo to make sure we get full funding for next year, for fiscal year 24 as well and beyond. Does that answer your question?
Thank you, Matt.
Yep.
Are there any other questions for Matt at this moment? No. Okay. Okay. Thanks, Matt. I'm sure you'll stay on at least for a little bit, just in case. Oh, you're muted.
I'm going to be on until 9. I've got to be on a fire recovery call from 9 to 10:30, and I'll get back on at 10:30. So I will be on, but
Okay, great. All right.
Okay, next from Senator Hickenlooper's office is Helen Kadich, who is the Western Colorado Regional Director, joining us virtually today.
Hi, everybody. Now I know the largeness of my floating head in the room because I saw it all yesterday, but good to see you again this morning. And I have some afternoon meetings that I'm going to be running around to. So I'm sorry I'm not able to be there in person today, but great to see everybody yesterday. And thanks for having me on again. So a couple of notes. I am not going to share the exact same thing that Matt did because he covered it so well. So I'll skip over a handful of things, but then dive into a little bit more detail on a couple of notes as well. I think the overarching piece that we all need to be pretty steadfast on when it comes to transportation, and a number of different factors that we were covering yesterday is really focusing on the bipartisan infrastructure law, or the bill. The state is calling it the Investments in Jobs Act, so IIJA. So interchangeable. The state is doing a phenomenal job of leading our counties across the state on understanding different competitive or discretionary grant funding, and it is a truly generational funding into our transportation system right now. So there's a couple of things that I want to go over together this morning, but I think as you're thinking about anything infrastructure, whether it's transportation or water projects, or as we talked about, broadband projects, it is a really important time for us to connect and find the right avenues for priority projects in each one of our counties right now. So $25 billion investment nationwide over the next 5 years, specific to US DOT right now. Colorado is expected to receive about 432 is the number that I've seen most recently through the bill over the next 5 years. And so there's a couple, this is just focused on airport infrastructure through the bill, pardon me. So the bill specific to airport infrastructure, we're looking at both large airport systems like DIA, but there's also specific cutouts for regional airports in rural America that really serve the backbone of our economies over here. So one recent funding that we saw in Southwest pocket, at least, was the Durango-La Plata County Airport, was a recent recipient of a Bill Airport Terminal program. They're receiving $3.2 million to start their phase 1 of rebuilding, to be able to start to respond better to the increased demand that we're seeing across the Southwest pocket of the state. We're seeing more of these funding sources go out. We were just in, as mentioned yesterday, the sender was just over in Pagosa, and we heard a lot about the Pagosa runway in particular. So when we're thinking about priority roads, bridges, airport projects, now's the time to get on the same page for a lot of these funding sources. Again, Colorado is expected to receive $432 million just for our airport systems. Getting onto US DOT, $1.2 trillion was dedicated through the bipartisan infrastructure law that will be used over the next 5 years. US DOT is
Froze, Helen.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, there you go. You froze, but we have you back now.
Great. Sorry about that. So $1.2 trillion total over the next 5 years for the bipartisan infrastructure law. Of that, US DOT will receive a little bit over $567 billion over the next 5 years. The Federal Highway Administration alone is receiving $358 billion, or $350.8 billion. So just phenomenal, again, generational funding. When we start looking at Colorado, what we need to remember is there's both formula funding and discretionary funding. More than $4 billion of that is going to be formula funding. So not competitive grant opportunities, but opportunities that will be specific for Federal Highway Administration.
I may need to ask folks that are online on the Wi-Fi to get off so that we are able to have a stable connection for our presenters joining us virtually. Okay, Helen, we have you back again.
Okay. Sorry about that. I
No, it's
wonder,
on our side.
it looks like my service is okay, but I'll go off video for now. Can you hear me okay now, Brittany?
Yes.
Okay. So Matt touched on the RAISE programs. Cortez community, again, that was $825,000. Delta is receiving, Delta County, they are revitalizing their Main Street Really exciting funding from the RAISE program, $13.1 million, just phenomenal for the community of Delta. There are a number of competitive grant opportunities that are coming up, and this is the importance of staying in touch both with the state, with our offices, and with your regional grant navigators. Alone right here, I'm looking at 9 different competitive grant opportunities, all of which need to be applied for by September 30th, 2023. And it's everything from reduction of truck emissions facilities grant, wildlife crossings pilot program, which is a big one. The closing date for that is August 1st. Promoting resilient operations for transformative, effective, cost-saving transportation programs. That's an $840 million total competitive grant opportunity closing mid-August. Culvert removals and replacement and restoration, which I know is important to a number of us in this room. It's a program that we can apply until the end of September, and the list goes on and on here. So what I want to highlight right now is that USDOT grants, for all of their discretionary grant opportunities, they have a really good updated grants dashboard that is worth looking at to make sure that we're all staying up to date with what grant opportunities are out there, because again, there are 9 that I'm looking at that end before the, or that have a closing date before the end of September. So now is a moment as we're thinking about priority transportation projects. Again, Matt touched on this $45 million for PILT fundings. I know that we were in Hinsdale County a few weeks ago for one of their commissioning meetings, and Hinsdale County is one of a couple that received a little bit less in funding, but generally an increase across the state for PILT funding, again, to be used for firefighters, funding of school districts, police, up to the discretion of the county. So really excited to see that. I will end there so that I don't continue to echo Matt's notes, but we'll stay on for questions as well. Thanks so much for having me.
Great, thanks, Helen. Any questions for Helen at this time? No? Okay. Oh. No, she's getting ready to go next.
So next, joining us from Congresswoman Boebert's office is the lovely Southwest Regional Director for Congresswoman Boebert. Oh, sorry, Naomi Dobbs.
Forgot that piece.
Thank you, Brittany, and thank you again for Club 20. I have to say that we do attend a lot of meetings working for Congresspeople, and not all of them are this really, truly productive and beneficial. So that was my experience last year at the summer conference, definitely also at the Rural Voices of Rural Colorado, and again for this conference. So thank you for your hard work, Brittany, and thank you to Archuleta County for hosting. We really appreciate the space. So I won't repeat yesterday's update, but I would like to highlight another accomplishment from earlier this year on rule changes Congresswoman Boebert was instrumental in achieving. So in addition to the single subject bills and giving representatives, by the way, 72 hours to read the bill before voting, which they did not have before, the new House rules took on earmarks. Elected officials have used earmarks to buy votes and have engaged in midnight hour spending decisions on literally trillion-dollar bills, including wasteful projects like, and I couldn't believe this, I had to look it up twice, $200 million siphoned to the Presidio Park in San Francisco, and the infamous $223 million bridge to nowhere in Alaska. Now the vocabulary has changed from pork to earmarks, and now we call it congressional directed spending, but changing the name did not change the conduct. So Congresswoman Boebert helped change the rules to strip out the corrupt vote buying and behavior. So moving forward, earmarks, or congressional directed spending, as we now like to call these projects, are constrained by new rules, which you may not have been aware of, and I wanted to share that with you. So some of the rules include projects must have a federal nexus and be authorized by Congress. Submissions for museums, memorials, and commemoratives like the Michelle Obama Trail are prohibited from project funding. Accounts that were significantly abused in the past, like the general account, defense, and health and human services, are prohibited from project funding. Earmarks will not exceed 0.5% of all discretionary spending. Members and their immediate families must certify that they have no financial interest in projects and no funding for-profit entities. And this one's also very important. A request must be publicly posted online for transparency. And last but not least, priority funding will be used for real infrastructure, water and sewer improvements, rural and economic development, and public safety projects, which matters to everyone in this room. And that last point on infrastructure applies to today's focus on transportation. Newly constrained congressional directed spending has opened up opportunity to transparently pursue funding for real transportation infrastructure needs in your communities. And so under these new rules, Congresswoman Boebert is pursuing projects for rural Colorado, and her focus is on increasing transportation resiliency and combating Western drought. So in addition to pursuing funding for our water distribution infrastructure, water cleaning, some very interesting projects there, and multiple water storage projects, Congresswoman Boebert has submitted congressionally directed spending requests for important transportation projects, like the I-70 Cottonwood Pass Blue Hill project, which was mentioned earlier, to help prevent lengthy and costly I-70 closures, building Glenwood Springs South Bridge, which is a project to provide critical evacuation route and needed for the community, extending Pueblo's Medal of Honor Boulevard, which reduces commuter times and is a public safety enhancement, improving US Highway 160 in Bayfield, which is the long needed project in that area close to home for me, building a new interchange on I-70 at 29 Road and Ground Junction to improve mobility and public safety. And when it comes to transportation funding, Congresswoman Boebert is listening to your feedback from within the district on concern that federal funding anchored to population numbers shortchanges our rural communities, communities which maintain roads and bridges that serve large tourist populations. And this was brought up a few times by the panel yesterday as well. Congresswoman Boebert's office is focused on transportation and real infrastructure projects and funding support for transportation systems, which, as we all know, feeds our tourism economy. So shifting to tourism, I want to highlight just a few important things. Just a few months ago, Congresswoman Boebert reintroduced the House Companion of the Dolores River National Conservation Area and Special Management Area Act, which I think most of you in this room have heard of. It's to protect private water rights and conserve the Dolores River. This bill was requested by constituents in the district, and it includes advocates for boating and tourism that promoted and requested this bill. And if you didn't know, it was also done in cooperation with both Senators Bennett and Hickenlooper. And just yesterday, Congresswoman Boebert introduced the Upper Colorado and San Juan River Basin Endangered Fish Recovery Programs Authorization Act. That's a mouthful. We call it the fish bill. This bill was also bicameral and done in cooperation with Senator Hickenlooper's office. And the fish bill, well, for over 30 years, this is a long time coming. States, tribes, local communities, energy users, water users, have partnered to recover 4 threatened and endangered fish species in the Upper Colorado River Basin and San Juan River Basin. And these programs are really important because they're linked to 2,500 water projects in Colorado that use, I think, let's see here, more than 3.7 million acre feet of water use per year. And that includes agriculture, power users, major recreational reservoirs, and ski areas. So it applies to recreation as well. This bill provides, the improvement here is that it provides clean 7 fiscal year reauthorization of the fish recovery programs, and it will help leverage about $100 million in non-federal contributions, which is also important. So I'd also like to emphasize on the subject of tourism, a segment of tourism here in Colorado which merits to be part of the conversation and one which Congresswoman Boebert supports, and that is hunting. Hunting is a significant economic contributor to our state and especially our communities here on the Western Slope. According to some market data from the organization called Hunting Works for Colorado, they have their own website and they've got really good data on there for you. But just to recap a few points about hunting to keep this fresh in your minds. Of the 259,000 people that hunt in Colorado each year, 115,000 are from out of state. Hunter spending translates to 292 million in salaries and wages and supports 8,400 Colorado jobs. And hunters pay 51 million in state and local taxes. So very important. And this industry has according to the report, $763 million ripple effect. So this is an important part of tourism, and Representative Boebert is one of your strongest Second Amendment supporters in Congress. And she recently met with the contingency of outdoorsmen and hunting advocates in DC to discuss concerns, which included discussion on Colorado's wolf plan. Hunting is a major component of Colorado tourism, and hunters and outdoor enthusiasts, people don't emphasize this enough, they are significant contributors to the conservation of outdoor spaces, which the current administration wants to block access to, and this is a point of concern for Congresswoman Boebert. 50% of Representative Boebert's district is federal lands, and she is opposed to the 400,000 acre land grab known as the CORE Act, which closes off 73,000 acres of land for most forms of outdoor recreation. She is also concerned over the lesser noticed but alarming expansion of Colorado roadless areas, which were also mentioned yesterday, throughout federal forest lands here in Colorado. Last month, Congresswoman Boebert participated in a hearing on a related bill, HR 3397, which she is co-sponsoring. This bill targets the Biden Bureau of Land Management proposed new regulatory mandate, which is titled Conservation and Landscape Health. This mandate actually contradicts congressional intent behind the Federal Land Management and Policy Act, or FLPMA. The FLPMA never mentions conservation as an act of multiple use on federal land, and Congress never passed a law to authorize this rule. The Biden administration also made up a definition of, let me get this right, ecological resilience for this regulation, and that is a term never mentioned in FLPMA. Just know that Congresswoman Boebert is on watch for agency overreach like this BLM rule, which could impact Colorado's tourism economy, and other such 30 by 30 initiatives that aim to lock up 30% of all federal land and water in the United States by 2030. You can count on Congresswoman Boebert to continue to champion multiple uses on public lands. She is solid on that, and that position will not change no matter how many shifting definitions DC uses to try to block your access. And so with that, I'll close. Thank you again to Club 20. And I'd also like to add that Congresswoman Boebert's Grand Junction office will be in attendance at the Walden section of this conference, and we'll both be available at the fall conference. I am going to stay up till lunch. I have to leave at lunchtime, but I'll be available if anyone needs to speak to me, and I'm also available if you have any questions right now.
Are there any questions for Naomi?
Not seeing any.
Well, thank you.
Perfect.
Next, we'll go ahead and start with our Transportation Committee. So Mike and Ray, take it away.
United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone. Welcome to the Transportation Policy Committee for Club 20. Club 20 really does appreciate our federal delegation. We appreciate their reports and their support that they've given us, and we know that they're paying attention. So thank you again for your reports and your partnership. I'd like to, before we get into the protocol and how the meetings are going to be run and our speakers and stuff, I'd like to recognize our advisory committee. Mike and I feel like we probably have the best advisory committee of all of the Club 20 policy meetings. So, and the other thing that we're going to talk about this morning is that Club 20 is celebrating 70 years of existence, and transportation is the one that started 70 years ago. I think that's monumental, and I think Club 20 deserves a round of applause for that. So with that being said, our advisory committee is made up of Commissioner Sue Hanson from Montrose. We have Rachel Richards from Pitkin County, Cindy Dozier, Kathy Hall, Mike Poolsby, Terry Binder, Shauna Krieger, Tracy Sakaguchi. I hope I spelled that right. I didn't butcher it too bad. Okay, and Carla Perez. So thank you all for being a part of our advisory committee, and we have a handful of our advisory committees here with us today. So I have to say, before I turn this over to my co-chair, Mike, we were talking this morning, we really have a good partnership, and I really appreciate him and having him as my co-chair. So thank you, sir. But this is such a great time in history for us, because over the last 2 or 3 years, we've been going through our resolutions and putting guiding principles together. And it was really a daunting task. We whittled it down from 45 resolutions. I think we have 11 that are on the website now, and we have 5 guiding principles. And this was an effort that was put together with the advisory committee, the co-chairs, and then our staff. And Brittany, thank you. You put a lot of work into that. And so thank you for your efforts there. We really appreciate that. So with that being said, I'm going to turn it over for Mike for a little bit here.
Good morning. Just to go through some procedural elements. In accordance with our bylaws, we ask that only current Club 20 members participate and vote on matters of policy development. But there are those that we've invited today to also be a part of this meeting, so you're more than welcome to talk. If you're interested in becoming a Club 20 member, Ray is the head of our membership group, and right now we have a 50% discount on individual memberships. If you would like to join, just reach out to, excuse me, for an individual membership.
Just one.
Just for one.
Yes.
Okay.
First
time. Yeah, first year, for your first year. And reach out to us and we'd be happy to help you with that. Please see Ray or myself or any of the other Club 20 staff for any assistance on that. Discussion is open to members and guests and is a critical part of our committee meetings. When asking a question or making a comment, please use the microphone. So, and we do have extra microphones to those of you that are not at the front table. Just be patient. We'll get to you before you ask your question. So, and then we ask everybody to speak loudly because we do have people online that need to be able to hear the discussion also. For those seated in front of the table, with the microphones, please do not turn on your microphone until the committee chair has acknowledged you, and then turn off your microphone once you're finished speaking so that we don't have some unwanted noises occurring. We've seen that happen once or twice already. For those in the back of the room, we'll be walking around with microphones for you to use if you have questions. We will now ask folks who are joining us virtually to be introduced by Brittany so that we can move down that list.
Alrighty, so joining us online, we have Christian Reese, Helen Kadich, Janet Farmer, Matt Kirker, I think I said it right that time, Mike Goolsby, and Shauna Greger.
And we will now ask, excuse me. And so now we'll do introductions very quickly through the room, just to realize who's here today since it's a new day. So start there.
Matt Schuler with Jackson County.
Jennifer O'Hara, Riobamba.
Richard Chimino, Grand County.
Liz Smith, Madison County Commissioner.
Rod McLeod, Mesa County Xcel Energy and Club 20 Chair.
Ray Beck, co-chair for transportation and executive board member, former Malta County Commissioner.
Mike McLeod with HDR from Durango and co-chair on Transportation Committee.
Good morning, Tracy Sakaguchi, Colorado Motor Carriers.
Terry Binder, former, I guess, co-chair of transportation and advisory. Joe Coulihan, Archuleta County. Welcome to the first week of summer policy meetings. I also am the chair of the tourism. Cindy Dozier, I live in Montrose. I serve on the executive committee, former board chair, former Institute of Communication.
Julie Constant, CDOT Region 5 Transportation Director.
Veronica Medina, Archuleta County Commissioner, District 3.
Steve Child, Lincoln County Commissioner.
Backler, individual member from Durango.
Tom Kleinschnitz, Director of Tourism, Moffett County, Craig City Council.
Carla Pettis, HDR, advisory, Club 20 advisory.
Dave Eller, Roxall, West Slopes, New Transportation.
Naomi Dobbs, Congresswoman Robert.
For Allison, Labor Clyde, traffic and safety.
Noah Foreman here with Adam Fish. Patrick Eisenhower, campaign manager for Adam Frisch. Adam, Sunita Learning still.
Chris Lopez, Colorado Housing Finance Authority, Southwest Community Relations.
Larry Harvey with the town of.
Nana Vaughn, the administrative assistant for Club 20. Brittany Dixon, executive director of Club 20.
Okay, the last piece that I want to do real quickly, we can't have these meetings without the support that we get from everybody. And just want to go back through our sponsors that we've had for the last 2 days to really make this happen. Lunch sponsors, Roxall Consulting Group and Rocky Mountain Health Plans. Thank you very much. Yesterday, really good, almost made the afternoon more difficult. It was so good. And then the reception sponsors from last night, Pagosa Chamber of Commerce, thank you, Mary Jo. And then Region 9 also contributed to that. And then our venue sponsor, of course, was Archuleta County. Thank you so much for providing this venue. It's really wonderful that we can move around the state. And, you know, for many years when living in Durango, Club 20, I knew about it, but I didn't realize Southwest Colorado was also a part of Club 20 for many years. And to see Club 20 down here is very, very valuable. And it makes a more cohesive team to really look at the issue.
All right, thank you, Mike. We do have a little change to our agenda this morning. So our first speaker on the agenda came down ill and will not be able to participate today. So Mike and I have decided that we're gonna take that opportunity to open up a roundtable discussion to anybody that has any concerns about transportation. What are our next steps? What's important to you? What do you think we should be doing for the future of transportation in terms of speakers? And is there something that you would like to see the Transportation Policy Committee pursue in terms of projects or getting people to come and talk about transportation projects or whatever that might look like? So be thinking about that and keep in mind that we're not just about roads and highways, we're about aviation and also rail. So before we jump into that, I would like to take the opportunity to address a little bit of the benefits of being a member of Club 20. As a member of Club 20, this is where the rubber meets the road right here. This is where policy is developed. And then if it is developed and approved at this level, then it moves on to the board of directors, where we meet twice a year, once in the spring and once in the fall, to adopt policy, to amend policy, or to send it back to the committee, so to speak, which gives staff the ability to speak on or oppose either in support of or in opposition of a particular topic. And so with that being said, as a member of Club 20, You get to receive up-to-date information on key issues affecting Western Colorado in the form of a monthly email update or newsletter. Participating in policy committees where you have a vote that guide local and state elected leaders on the Western Slopes through annual trips to Denver, biannual trips to Washington, D.C. Voting at your caucus meetings to decide who will represent you on the Club 20 Board of Directors every 2 years. Being eligible to vote at all Club 20 policy committee meetings. Having problems solved or questions answered as a courtesy of the Club 20 staff. And networking opportunities with a diverse group of individuals, elected officials, and business folks from all across Colorado. Remember, it's not what you know, it's who you know. And oftentimes those relationships come in pretty darn handy. So with that being said, Mike and I will want to just kind of turn this over to the folks in the room. But I would like to say, as I was driving down here, I actually in the last couple of weeks, put a lot of miles, everything from Fort Collins clear down to here, and covered a lot of area, and will on the way home as well. It's probably a 7-8 hour drive. But as I was driving through and coming down yesterday or day before, thinking striping, just to see what's going on in the construction world with our roads and highways. I ran into striping, chip seal, mowing, rockfall mitigation, passing lanes, shoulders, guardrails, major construction. And when you think about that, we have a lot going on, And I think one of the things we want to consider in the future, Mr. Chair, is that when we designate our summer policy meetings, we just maybe want to find out where that construction is and maybe do a little something different in terms of where those meetings are.
Ray, I would do that, but my concern is we'd never get to go to Craig because that piece of highway has been under construction for 20+ years.
We have streets paved of gold now, according to Phil Long. So with that being said, Mike, do you have anything you want to add before we open this up?
The one thing I was just kind of thinking about, and Brittany, I want to give you one more accolade. This last year, what was it, 600 bills went through the legislature in Colorado. And Brittany and her staff, they were tracking on all of them. And they were tracking and making sure that we were aware of what was happening, what was coming out, what was moving through the legislature. And if it wasn't for the information, the data gathering, the outreach that was done, and this is where the policy committee kind of plays a role, is that we had House Bill 23-1101 that was coming through, and it was titled the Ozone Bill, but it was also looking at making other changes that were kind of outside of the title of the document, which was to change the structure of the TPRs in the rural areas. And it could dramatically change the funding long-term for rural Colorado. And if it wasn't for Brittany and her group really tracking on that, helping us to draft position letters to send back to the legislature to actually rally support across the state. And we have Move Colorado here today also. It was really a statewide instrumental effort to really push back on 23-1101. And that's what we do here. This is what we really want to watch out for, because we need to protect rural Colorado. There's so much happening right now, particularly with the supermajority in Colorado, where urban issues are starting to become state issues when they're not really necessary. And so the Transportation Policy Committee, we focus on the transportation. Tourism focuses on tourism issues. There's so many groups that we have concerns about, but we have teams to work on it. And then Brittany and her team, they're the heart of all of this. They're the ones that keep this moving and keep us aware of what's happening. So keep in mind, 23-1101 did fail this last year, but word is it's going to come back this year. And we don't know what it's going to look like yet, but these are the things that we'd like to talk about today. We want to open the floor to go, what are you looking at? What are you concerned about? What are you hearing about that we need to be ready for? Okay, floor's open.
Go ahead, Richard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Richard Shimino from Grand County, and I ask your forgiveness in not really being prepared to do this, but I just heard you mention that this committee deals with rail. As, so I would like to, off the top of my head right now, see if we could start the conversation and get the right process by which Club 20 might consider weighing in on the Moffett Tunnel lease. The Moffett Tunnel is a train tunnel between Gilpin County and Grand County. And apparently it was done in 1925, I think. It was a century-long lease. And boy, Union Pacific didn't exist then, but they're now the railway operator that holds the lease through the various century-long acquisitions and whatnot, rail land. And they have to pay, by golly, $12,000 a year to use that tunnel, which probably in 1925 was a lot of money, but now it's like common dust. So let's see, there was a Moffett Tunnel special district that included Adams County, Jefferson County, Gilpin County, Grant County. I do believe Moffett County was part of that a long time ago. In fact, Ray, great history, Ray. You should look it up. I'm pretty sure the town of Craig sued the Moffett Tunnel District because they didn't want the Moffett Tunnel to be open and used. Because anyway, a long time ago. So my interest, which the Club 20 membership might not agree. Rail is important. We need rail. Rail delivers oil and lots of freight. Passenger rail never pays for itself. It has to be subsidized. But the counties that have been talking about this renewal for about 3 years now, we're interested in much higher payments to use the tunnel. It's a state asset. Why not pay a fair price for using the tunnel? Interestingly, Union Pacific could have bought it in 1992 and chose not to. A higher price, much shorter term. We don't need a century long lease again. And maybe just a consideration of how to increase passenger rail, which we like. We're not really keen on just being this thoroughfare for freight. And we've seen oil spills in Palestine, Ohio, and learned a lot about the frequency of oil spills in Eagle County and Grand County. And a lot of other counties are currently opposing the Uinta Basin, where they're getting a new oil find, I guess it's in Utah. And they want permission to ship a lot more oil cars on that rail through Colorado, which I'm kind of fine with. If it goes to our refinery, I think some oil would. Most of it would go all the way to the Gulf Coast for export. So why should we be exposed to the risk of oil spills? We could export oil. Anyway, again, I understand maybe Club 20 membership might be pro-freight and pro-rail and not keen on these kind of measures, but perhaps what I would like to ask, if we start the process through a letter from Club 20 or this committee, propose it up to the director, the Club 20 overall, and see if a policy or we could weigh in on what DOLA and CDOT and the state does now with this new renewal with Union Pacific.
Thank you, Commissioner. And just so you and the rest of the folks in the room know, we do have some guiding principles as related to the Moffett Tunnel. In fact, TR 23-1, and then there further be resolved, says that we support efforts to maintain, operate, and utilize the Moffett Rail Tunnel as part of the east-west rail system. And we also have in TR 23-2, guiding principle, passenger transportation in Western Colorado, which also references Moffett Tunnel when we went through these resolutions and guiding principles. And just as a FYI, my grandfather worked on the Moffett Tunnel between 1921 and 1927 and lost a leg in an explosion of, I don't know, an accident. Of course, back then they didn't have the technology to take care of it. But anyways, just a little bit of a tidbit there. So, Mike.
This is a very interesting subject, and it almost, at times, Brandon and I were always talking about who should we have come talk to the Transportation Policy Committee, and not knowing what the timeline is, but to actually have a knowledge base come in here and talk to us about the Moffett Tunnel, kind of educate us more about it, help us understand what that leasing system is with the UP, how that has to be negotiated, might help us become a little more educated so we can support you better on this. We have our guiding principles, and I'm sure Brittany's really happy that we're went from 45 down to 11, so she could find it so quickly for us today. But taking those things and really pulling that together, we could try to see if we can help you more on that. But I would like probably, even if it's a special meeting outside of our regular meetings, just to get better educated on Moffett Tunnel, might be a really good way to go. Michael, you have
Well, it's more of an observation than it is a question. You know, yesterday during the telecommunication committee, we met with CDOT concerning fiber backbone in the state, and I just kind of want to place it. Telecommunications, transportation need to work closer together, and just because of the roads, broadband is the new roads, it's the digital roads. So I just want to kind of state we need to work closer with you guys as far as Club 20 goes, as far as broadband and CDOT.
I think we would agree with that. In fact, I was just thinking the other day while you were having your meeting, that, and I know there's a lot of areas and a lot of things that Club 20 stands for, but when you think about it, I think the lifeblood of the Western Slope would be transportation, telecom, and water. And yes, we're going to have a water discussion in a couple of weeks up in Walden, but I know we have other things that are important as well, but without those three things, survival would be tough. Mike, you have anything?
Not on that, but Cindy Dozier would like to talk.
I kind of want to follow up on the Moffett Tunnel discussion of what I would personally love to see as a town hall. It's very accessible to everyone. It discusses rail in general and Moffett Tunnel in specifics. I'd love to know the fuel use of rail versus trucking. I'd love to know the benefits of rail and then follow into that Moffett Tunnel discussion. So that's what I would suggest.
Brittany, who's our railroad representative and a Club 20 member? I think he lives in Utah. What's his name?
Union Pacific,
Yeah,
from Union Pacific, Nathan Anderson.
yeah, Nathan. We'll need to get a hold of him and maybe include him in this conversation. Matt?
Thanks, Mr. Beck. One thing I want to echo what Michael was talking about in Moffett County, any transportation thing with technology, the bigger issue that I've seen in our neck of the woods is the right of way issue. If there's a right of way, it needs to be open to all sorts of transportation, not just, rail is rail, roads are roads, but telecommunication can use those right of ways to do that. And that's been a really hard battle to fight because of the legal implications. So if you have a right of way, to have that discussion on why that right of way can't be used for more than just one thing, whether it's electrical lines for right of way, and I'm certain Rich Camino could attest to this with Mountain Parks Electric trying to get broadband a backbone in Grand and then Jackson County. The right of way issue is one of the bigger issues that is keeping that from happening as quickly as it should happen. And the people that are fighting it don't understand the benefit. And that discussion, because Moffett Tunnel, not only is it rail, but it has more fiber going through the mountain than any other place in Colorado.
Thank you, Matt. Well, this is an interesting discussion. I remember reading about Barrington Carpenter being very involved in getting the Moffett Tunnel built back in the day, and that was an incredible history of that whole thing. So I like your idea on that, Rich. In terms of the oil tanker trains going through Glenwood Canyon, I've read recently that in the United States, there are 3 train derailments every day on the average. Most of them are minor things that they don't make headlines, but if there were ever a train to derail in Glenwood Canyon full of any sort of toxic material that would go into the Colorado River, that would really be an environmental disaster for the water in the Colorado River. There'd be no way to contain it. It would go clear down, go in everybody's irrigation ditches, going all the way down the Colorado River. So I really would like us to close those oil tankers from eastern Utah going eastbound through the mountains of Colorado. I don't think that's a good idea. Going to the west coast from there, I think probably makes more sense. Driving down here, I always get envious of other parts of the state when I go on what feels like a really safe 2-lane highway with a wide paved shoulder. Like a 3-foot wide paved shoulder on either side. If someone loses their attention a little bit and their car drifts over that line, they're not gonna like drop off the pavement and get into a rollover accident or some, some serious accident. On Highway 133, going from Carbondale up to Redstone, we used to have a wider paved surface there. Then CDOT at one point repaved it and they narrowed the pavement on Highway 133. And it makes it really dangerous. There is basically no paved shoulder anymore. People have pretty much quit bicycling on that. People used to bicycle on because on a wide paved shoulder, a great place to bicycle. People have died in car accidents because their wheel gets off the pavement and they end up in an accident. So I know it's really difficult getting money into rural highway projects in western Colorado. I think if Club 20 could advocate for more money, and I know we do, but we need to just keep that on our, on our plate of things to work on to try to get more money for rural highway projects in western Colorado. Let's do that. Thank you.
Just a moment. So thank you for saying that. And I want to ask Julie to step up to the table in just a second. So one of the things in southwestern Colorado, the TPRs, there's 3 TPRs for the Southwest Region 5 area. Several years ago, they agreed to set aside, I believe it was 10% of their RPP funding, regional priority program funding, just for shoulders. And that was an effort to start building shoulders in this part of the state and trying to improve them. It's a very small amount of money, but it's at least some money.
You're making progress.
Yeah. Well, and I'm trying not to put CDOT on the spot, but I think there's some new greenhouse gas rules that have been put into play on carbon footprint and the impacts of that and trying to go carbon neutral. And that is actually hindering the ability to add shoulders right now. And I'd like to give Julie a moment to kind of explain that as best as she can, not trying to put CDOT on the spot, but there's some competing issues now on trying to be carbon neutral that affect the ability of improving the roads and making them safer.
So before you jump in, I just want to remind everybody, we got 5 minutes before our first speaker, and then I have one question within that 5 minutes as well. So go ahead.
Yes, so I don't, back in 2019, there was some legislation that went through state legislature, legislation that started pushing this in the road into greenhouse gas, start greenhouse gas emissions. This last year, CDOT had a rulemaking, again, trying to continue to focus on reducing greenhouse gases. And Senate Bill 260 also went into that realm as well. And what Mike said is definitely accurate and true. We have a lot of competing interests right now for transportation. The additional money that's coming in through Senate Bill 260, through a number of the enterprises with vehicle registration, like electric vehicle registration, there's traffic, there's clean transit efforts, those types of things. Those extra dollars that tend to be coming in right now are really going towards a lot of those additional greenhouse gas efforts. Having more electric buses out there, increasing passenger rail, increasing bus tank or bus tank routes, keeping people on those buses, and not necessarily giving us quite as much money as we used to have in the past to take care of our transportation network. Inflation is obviously going up. So the cost of money, the cost it takes us just to do business to maintain our existing assets is a challenge of itself right now. So can I hit on what you were after?
And I think the other issue that I was alluding towards was that adding shoulders now is considered a capacity improvement, not a safety improvement. And that's one of the dilemmas we're facing right now.
Kind of. Yes, the reality is when we start widening a shoulder outside of the existing asphalt footprint, it brings the air and the eye looking at it as potentially a capacity project. Versus, even though we're not adding lane of traffic, versus just maintaining that existing asset. So it is a challenge for us from that perspective.
Yes, it's a bit of an argument on the definition of capacity. So not to drag that out too much, we have a couple questions. Brad, you're first.
Yeah. Sorry, Brett McLeod. Chair, Cindy actually had a really good idea, kind of where I want to go with this. You spoke really well about, I think it's Hospital 1101, but was 1101 or 1101, and how that was going to affect yards, zoning funding. I think that was a really great call to action. I think it's a strong showing that we can have an impact. We know that they've made a special committee on that since. I know that we currently still have our I think there's still our representative currently. Steamboat, I know that Anna Stout and Mary Grand Junction was put on a special committee that was created to analyze this. I think that is an area we're having a town hall. And further updates on what's happening in that process would be really beneficial to our members, as well as a great resource that we can provide everything else outside of that to continue. We have to watch that because, again, part of it is my concern. Yesterday we discussed it, partly when we were in healthcare, but with over, I think the example yesterday was in healthcare, they've had over 635 bills in the last 3 years. Last year was well over 700 bills full across the board in the legislature, plus an ongoing endless stream of rulemakings that are constant drip on departments and staff and everybody else along the way. We are at a point where we can barely keep up with what's going on, but we have to focus on those important areas. Funding for us and our resources out here in Western Colorado is key. And every time that they do a rulemaking or a change on how they're going to put more into RTD, or they're going to put more into bike trails on the I-25 corridor, or any of those things, it means we're doing less with roads out here. And changing the zones on that TPR would absolutely impact that. So I think we were really good at being proactive. I think we have to be focused. We cannot lose where we're at. And I think having a town hall along those lines and keeping updates going, keeping the pressure on, is something that is essential for folks.
Right? I've had some updates on that. There are a number of virtual and in-person public meetings getting ready to be held around the state. There's going to be one in the Durango area. It will be virtual as well as in person on July 25th. I believe 6 o'clock in the evening, but I don't know the location yet. More will be coming around the state as well, so we'll make sure your transportation co-chairs are fully aware of the dates of those meetings to at least allow that engagement. But I think when asking for additional updates, it's a really good idea.
Do you know when we'll have those dates and when they can be available for everybody so that we can publicize that?
I will be back.
I really appreciate it.
ASAP. Yeah, because July 25th is like 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Just send that stuff to Brittany, she'll get us out to us. So Matt had a question, and then Brittany had a comment, and then we gotta get on. Okay, Brittany, you had a comment?
Yeah, I just want to thank Carla Perez, Mike McBaugh, and the rest of the HDR team for keeping us up to date on what's going on with House Bill 1101, and the next steps moving forward. I've been in contact with Carla a couple times on that, and I just can't thank them enough for keeping us in the loop with everything.
All right, we're gonna go on with the agenda. Hang on just a minute. You had a question or something? We got a short time, but what did you?
I just would like to say kind of what you were saying about the funding. It seems like every year we have more and more things that we add into our transportation funding sources. And I'm concerned because the vast majority of the people in the state, as probably as the nation as well, use our roads. And it seems like we just keep taking away more and more and more money from the roads for everything that anybody can possibly imagine.
And so I'm very concerned about that, and I think we have to really keep an eye on it, because every year they add something new that we have to use our funding for. And we haven't really increased our funding. The other thing I'm worried about is the electric car thing and what these electric cars are contributing to our ever dwindling pot of money. I mean, I haven't heard anybody, I hear talks about, you know, they're having a pilot program here, a pilot program there. But in the meantime, we're still trying to do these things with our transportation funding that exists and add more and more to it. And we still haven't come up with any ideas of what we're gonna do of how we're gonna fund transportation if we go all electric. So this is something that I think we really need to focus
Maybe
on.
we can put that on our agenda as well to talk about too, Terry, but
Yeah.
we do have to move on.
Well, one more thing.
Make it quick.
Okay, it will be. I think it's very important that the rural areas make sure that they find good people to be on the transportation commission. Because they're the ones that allocate the funding, and they're the ones that speak for the areas that they represent. And we really need to focus on getting good people on that commission. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Terry, and Mike and I want to thank all of you for your participation this morning and great ideas, so thank you. With that being said, I'd like to introduce our first speaker this morning.
On the mic.
And let me get the agenda here in front of me. So we have with us today Carla Perez, who also sits on our advisory committee for transportation. She is the chair for Move Colorado and the principal consultant for advisory services at HDR Engineering. So with that being said, let's welcome Carla.
Good morning, and thank you all for the opportunity to be here today, and the conversation that you had prior to my coming up here is a perfect segue to our presentation, or to the presentation I'd like to make on behalf of Move Colorado. As Ray said, I'm Carla Perez from HDR, Principal Consultant Advisory Services, and I tend to wear a variety of hats in terms of the organizations that I like to participate in. So thank you very much for allowing me to participate on the advisory committee for transportation for Club 20, but I'm also the policy committee chair for Move Colorado. And as was indicated earlier, we've had the opportunity for some good collaboration in this last year. Not that that's the first time, but I think it was really critical in this last year. And so we thought it would be valuable, and again, I appreciate the invitation, in order to give a broader sense to you all of who Move Colorado is, and perhaps identify clearly where we have very good synergy. And I think our objectives are very similar. So that opportunity to continue to work together in the future, I think, is really important. So I'm going to make sure I'm going to be technology challenged here. So bear with me. So I thought I would start with a little bit of background in terms of who Move Colorado is. And I think that's important in order to be able to talk about how we can work together. So Move Colorado has actually been around for 25 years. And our primary focus has always been on transportation funding, not just transportation funding for the state, but transportation funding at the local level, regional level, any type of mode. We recognize that transportation is one of the most important elements that we provide here within the state. And so it is critical to the success of statewide. Our goals really are two-form. One in terms of its near-term value. We recognize that we want to advance as many transportation funding solutions as is possible in order to be able to support our economy. But we also recognize that our long-term vision is really looking at how transportation enhances our quality of life. It may be different for us around the state, but we know transportation is critical for all of us. So I thought I would start by walking through a couple policy principles. There was a reference earlier today about the transportation policies that you have here for Club 20. Thought it would be valuable if we shared ours, and again, being able to identify where those synergies exist. So our primary policy is this first one: Colorado state and local transportation system must be adequately funded. So what does that really mean? For us, and quite honestly, for the last 25 years, we've recognized that the transportation funding sources are not sufficient for the needs that we have here in Colorado. And part of that is the HUTF. That is the primary source. We can get into the details of that a little bit later, but we recognize that its current structure is not sustainable. right? So we think it's really important to look at additional funding sources associated with that. New sources have primarily, I think as was indicated earlier, focused heavily on zero emission vehicles and transit. That is not a bad thing. However, we want to make sure that the investments are balanced. Because we recognize that a lot of our roads and our bridges and a lot of the existing infrastructure continues to deteriorate. So we need to make sure that the investments that we're making are balanced. In that, we recognize that we think this is an important issue to continue to keep in front of the legislature. We recognize the importance of the federal funding and the diversity that comes within that transportation funding source. But we also recognize that there are sources or opportunities to be able to work within local and regional efforts to move forward with ballot initiatives. So what are the examples of that? We know that 1101, for example, was, I think, an important conversation to talk about not only how funds are come together, but how they're distributed. And that conversation around the evaluating how the stack operates, how the TPRs work is a really important thing to watch. We recognize from the local level that this last year, for example, Move Colorado was very much involved with the Pikes Peak Rural RTA and helped to ensure that they had, that's in the Colorado Springs area, that they have that diversity of funding to keep their transportation system going. But we also feel that as we're watching the IIJA, that we have those grant fundings, and I know you've heard a lot about that from your congressional delegation. Those continue to be important opportunities because a lot of the success associated around federal grants really does rely on local support and collaboration in order to be able to make sure that those investments that are being considered are in the best interest of the local entities. As we move on to the next one, I think it's really also valuable to talk about maintaining the tools that currently exist and expanding those partnerships. It's important, I think, to make sure that we maintain all the tools in the toolbox. There has been legislation introduced over the last several years that have tried to reduce the number of tools that exist available to transportation, and we fight vigorously to ensure that those tools remain. They may not always be in use on any given year or statewide, but those tools are important to all of us, and we want to be able to keep them, whether they be public-private partnerships or they be looking at innovative contracting opportunities. Those are tools that we recognize need to be in the toolbox so that they can be utilized whenever an entity feels that it's important. I mentioned a little bit before that we think that I have to keep making sure that I'm advancing the slides equal with what I'm saying. So forgive me for having to keep turning around. The next policy here is with regards to the transportation system, and the diversity of the transportation system is important, but we also think the collaboration between those modes, the coordination and the integration of those modes is really essential. So that investment, we recognize that needs to be balanced. We have a lot of investment that has been going on in transit lately, a lot in bike ped. That's an awesome thing, but they also need to make sure that they're integrated into, for example, as you talked about just a moment ago, with the importance of shoulders. If you're going to invest within transit and bike and ped, and you want to make sure that you're supporting bikes as perhaps an industry element, having good, strong shoulders is an important piece of that. So that investment needs to not just translate into something that is looking at transit on the, bicycles. In the urban environments, we need to recognize the importance of bicycle tourism, for example, in our rural areas as well. And shoulders, I think, are an important part of that. That fits into the side check mark that we have there, that it's not a one size fits all. What happens within a rural community in terms of that investment may not be the same as how you do it in an urban area, and we need to respect those differences. The next one is really talking about the importance of our transportation system, embracing sustainability, environmental stewardship, and resilience. This is one that I feel pretty strongly about. I had the opportunity to work in the response and recovery when we had the floods in 2013. Building our system in such a way that is both resilient and sustainable, I think, is something that is essential to just the quality of life and sustainability for our communities. So again, what does that look like? Feel again that it's about having a robust and connected system in our urban areas, but we also need to make sure that we've got that emergency response and redundancy that is available when we have those natural disasters. The conversations around how that redundancy occurs, I think, is something that needs to be a very transparent conversation so that all communities are in agreement, if you will, on those redundancies. Technology, you all talked a little bit before about the importance of broadband. We recognize that as well. So technology, we all know, is rapidly changing, but we want to make sure that our transportation systems have the adaptability, whether that be fiber within the right of way or getting out broadband to all of the communities across Colorado as that technology is evolving, becomes a very essential piece as well. And again, urban issues and rural issues are not the same. So we recognize that as we're looking at legislation at the state level, that those are things that we want to make sure are acknowledged. So let's switch a little bit to have a conversation specifically about the funding. This is probably not a new slide to any of you. You've probably seen it before, but I really wanted to be able to emphasize once again that the primary state funding source for transportation is the gas tax. That gas tax has not been increased since 1991. It was and continues to be the primary source of funding associated with that makes up the base, if you will, of the state portion of the highway users tax fund. In 1991, just to give you a little sense of where we were at, we only had 3.3 million people living here. We only had a combined VMT of 28 billion miles, which I know sounds like a lot, but still. But at that time, at that level of investment, we were making about $126 dollars per year per driver. This is a little bit of a dated slide, and it does come from CDOT, but I think this is something that continues to show that illustration. So if you look at 1991, where we were at, as it moves its way through 2015 and 2040, we know that it gives a good perspective of one, the population continues to increase, VMT continues to increase, and yet our dollars invested per person continues to decrease. So it just continues to reemphasize the fact, and I know people, you probably have heard this from others as our legislators say, we're always looking at transportation funding. We will never have enough transportation funding, so it's never a bad conversation to have on an annual basis, right? It's always something that we need to continue to invest in. So here's a couple of specific charts. These next couple of charts are going to focus specifically on CDOT, but we recognize that this isn't just about CDOT. It needs to be about our local investments as well, and regional. But this, I think, big numbers, we need to be able to just have a sense overall of how those numbers are going. So as we talk about the top line, there's that motor fuel tax that was identified. As you can see, it's not increasing very substantially, 300 million on an annual basis for statewide investment. Then this is the source that is primarily for roads, is not a whole heck of a lot, right? We had the faster legislation several years back that helped to increase our vehicle registration fee. So that is an additional source. It's a larger segment than it used to be, but as you can see, it's still not very much. Overall, we recognize that this is not this is just a state revenue source that is not keeping up with inflation, as I think was mentioned earlier, and we also recognize that our roads continue to decline. Looking a little bit more at federal dollars, very much appreciative of what we see coming through with the IIJA. That I think was an important boost for the amount of investment that is available, but it's important to also know that the trend associated with that is actually declining. So we got a little bit of a bump. You can also see with the numbers here that it is becoming an increasing percentage of the overall state budget associated with transportation. So what does that mean? It means that we're subject to whatever Congress identifies over the years. So we have IIJ boost and bump right now. That is a limited an act, and so it'll be important to see what happens in the next act and the next renewal if they continue to maintain those numbers. What's interesting also about the federal act, and this is not a complaint, it is really valuable what we see going on with the IIJA. People get excited, but I also recognize the vulnerability associated with the bill, right? We talked a lot about grants. Grants are a wonderful thing. And it really has changed the dialogue around how we get our federal funding, but it is also heavily dependent on, as I said before, the collaboration and the competitiveness. Those grants are coming around on a very frequent basis. It is as we say, a year-round sport now to do grant applications. It used to be cycles. Now those cycles are continuous. And it's a constant game to try to go after the funds. You can't just do shot in the dark and say, hey, there's a grant opportunity, I'm going to go after it. It's really important in order to be competitive, not just within the state for what those grant opportunities may be in terms of coming or what it can do for your communities, but we recognize these are happening all across the country. So that's not the right way to say it. We really want to make sure that then when we are pursuing grants within the state, that we are going forward in a very cohesive manner, in a very strategic manner, and in a way that really demonstrates that Colorado is unified around that. And that takes effort and that takes time. And so we just really wanted to emphasize the fact that those grants, as they are important, they are also something that I think is, I want to just emphasize again that they require a lot of good and strong community collaboration. So switching gears just a little bit, going back to the state legislation, there's been a lot of change in both process and funding over the last 5 years. And so this is something that, and I'm not going to read through all of these, but they just sort of give you an insight, if you will, into some of the changes that have taken place. So in 2019, when we had the Climate Action Plan and the 1261 bill that passed, that really set the goals around those greenhouse gas emissions. Again, changed a little bit of process in terms of how we look not just at transportation, but in other sectors on being able to change our approach a bit in order to be able to meet those greenhouse gas reduction goals, a change in process. 2020, we had the Zero Emission Vehicles Plan, again, change in process, change in investment. 2021, we had 260, which created or diversified the multimodal options fund, as well as created a variety of new enterprises with some fees that then are focused around strategies, again, to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Again, none of these are necessarily bad things, but there's not as much investment in the core system and maintaining the existing system of roads and bridges within the state. 2022, we had that 180, which was really the ozone season transit reduction bill. This was really the opportunity to get the free fare for better air. A very positive bill. It then moved its way into, because I think many of the mountain communities also had an opportunity to take advantage of that. Most of them saw a bump up in terms of transit participation. It's what drove then 1101, which was a continuation of that bill and allowed for that opportunity. And then it got that little rider on there with regards to changing the stack process. And I think what I want to emphasize here is that as we are looking at funding and as we are looking at collaboration, being able to track those pieces of legislation and recognizing enough in terms of what the impacts are ultimately to our communities and how it affects our investment, I think is something we are definitely trying to keep our eyes on. Mike, I think, talked a little bit about 213. That was the land use bill that did not have success in this upcoming or in this last legislative session, but it will definitely be coming back again this year. That land use bill is has a definite focus with regards to housing and affordable housing, but there's also a piece in there that really tries to talk about TOD. So there's definite relationship back to how it affects or coordinates with transportation and mobility areas. And then the only other piece of legislation I wanted to recognize was also the 238, which I think was a very leadership-driven bill by the governor in terms of being able to identify federal funding, a state source to match those federal funding grants. And with that, there is a piece in there that also talks about grant match that would support local project interests. So that I think is something that is really important around those applications. So let me switch a little bit back again to what we talked about in terms of Club 20 and Move Colorado. I think a lot of our interests really align. This last session, I think, was a really good demonstration of the value of being able to have conversation, being able to leverage each other's resources and information, contacts in terms of being able to have positive impact on legislation as we would like to see it. But we also recognize that doesn't just occur during the legislative session. It's certainly something that occurs year round. Move Colorado, as you may also remember, was one of the sponsors for the Voices of Rural Colorado as you were in Denver. February?
Yeah.
Again,
Right on.
somewhere in there, February, January was early in the legislative session. And so we welcome those opportunities to have conversation, to look at those places where we can have aligned interest and where we can work together. So that's the end of my presentation. This is really, I think, an opportunity for us to talk about going forward, how we might be able to partner a little bit more, maybe in a formal manner or an informal manner, whichever way works best. But I think it's just to really emphasize what I really want to emphasize is that I think a lot of our interests really align, and to the extent that we can work together, I think it would be most helpful as we look forward. So that's it. I'd be happy to take any questions if anybody has any for me.
Thank you, Carla. Are there questions for Carla? Okay, go ahead, Terry.
So we mainly rely on the HUTF for funding. And with the push towards electric cars and things like that, where is HDR in mainly New Colorado, I should say? Where are you with how do we go from if indeed it does happen that everybody has an electric car, how are we going to fund our roads that way rather than through the HUTF? Have you got any ideas on that?
I think there was legislation that was passed, and I'm not going to know exactly what year, and this was in anticipation of electric vehicles. So electric vehicles do have a registration fee that they pay since they don't pay a gas tax, right? That is a bit elevated. Whether or not it's time to examine that as there are more electric vehicles and what it shows to the amount that we're actually generating from that based on the amount of use for electric vehicles is probably something that needs to be revisited. But I don't think anybody has actually started talking about that yet.
Yes, and I forgot what I was going to answer, but that's just a huge concern for me because we don't have the funding that we need now, and then we keep adding more and more electric cars. And that's the question I wanted to know is, do you know what the vehicle miles traveled? I think we have 5.some odd million people in the state now. Do we know what the average gas powered vehicle, how much they contribute to the HUTF? as compared to whatever the electric cars are contributing to?
As a comparison, I don't know, but it's a really good point and probably something we should spend a little bit more time researching, because I think having that clarification between electric vehicles and fuel powered vehicles, what is the trend in terms of both either VMT or amount of registration contribution would be very interesting to find out. So I actually don't know the answer to that, but it's a very good question. That's something we can spend a little bit of time doing some research on.
I think we're running out of time unless it's awful short, Steve. Okay.
I just want to put the idea in there, work for an engineering firm. Our roads are breaking down all the time. We keep repairing them using pretty much the same techniques. They get potholes again, they break down again. Is there any advancement in paving technology that we could pave something once and have it last a whole lot longer? And just putting an idea into people's heads, let's start looking for a better way to fix potholes, to pave roads so they don't break down.
Being the non-engineer, I'm gonna punt that over to the engineer.
Great question. I don't think we have time to answer that today, because we could become a very long discussion. Technology's always been changing. It's been advancing over the years. The dilemma that we're running into, though, the short answer is most of our roads, and I'm going to speak for Southwestern Colorado, these roads, the last major reconstruction that we've really seen was more than 20 years ago when I was just starting out as an engineer. I've watched over 25 years what's happening in Southwest Colorado, and the funding's never been there to maintain the roads the way they need to, and it's been a Band-Aid program for many, many years. So, you know, there's one major reconstruction project going on right now, and that's US 550 in Durango. And that was because of the grant opportunities that came along to reconstruct those roads. And so what you're seeing now is if you win a grant, you might be able to do improvements that are necessary to use the technology that's available today to maintain a better road. But if you don't have the money, it's hard to do that.
Although we might be able to get it from the county. With that being said, we don't have any more time for questions. So Carla, let's give her a round of applause.
Thank you very much.
Okay, that was a great transition from our earlier discussion today. Now we're going to kind of take a little different shift, and we're going to have Jennifer Allison. She's Region 5, CDOT Region 5 traffic engineer. And I've kind of reached out to Jennifer because from a lot of our past discussions, we talk about truck safety and how can we improve truck safety in Colorado. And Jennifer and CDOT Region 5, and with the help of Tracy also, through the freight committee at CDOT, they have really worked for many, many years to try to improve truck safety. And there's actually a funding program that is focused on truck safety. And so Region 5 has been a very strong beneficiary of this committee and the funding they put together through a lot of the improvements that have been done through the traffic program with Julie when she was a traffic engineer and Jennifer now who is a traffic engineer to really try to improve truck safety throughout Southwestern Colorado. So with no further ado, Jennifer, thank you so much. And you're welcome to have the floor.
Awesome. Thank you, Mike. Great introduction. And yes, a lot of the hard work, I will say, was completed by Mike and Julie. I'm just ushering the final product through, so I get the glory. But before I dig into my presentation, I don't want to bend the rules, but I had a couple of quiz questions. So I'm going to do this, and I do have prizes. So I'm going to do this where you raise your hand, and I'll point at you, and you try to answer. So if you've seen my presentation, you cannot answer. What is Wolf Creek's birthday? So when did Wolf Creek open? Come on.
Mike, you can't answer either.
Yes. So I have it's August 21st, 1916, so great job. Oh, can you deliver these?
And for those online, the winner of that one was Mary Jo.
All right, now talking about cost, because prices are increasing, but how much was construction for Wolf Creek back in 1916? How much did it cost?
$560,000.
Oh man, you're expensive. Let's try a little lower.
50,000.
Maybe a
Let's get a
little
happy
higher.
medium.
Yeah.
Maybe an electric car, maybe not, electric cars might cost a little bit more. Maybe a nice car costs like. Who said close, we're getting close. Oh, go down. I feel like I'm at the Price is Right. All right, I'm gonna give you the answer, it's 100,000. Wow.
To who?
The young lady in the back. Okay. Okay, last one, this was easy, I think, but I didn't know this. Which pass did Wolf Creek replace? Oh. Let's give it another option. I know, especially for locals. So this pass was, not constructed, but
It's now
it is the current. Yeah, and the youths used it to actually access Pagosa Springs, Hot Springs, anybody. It's a common Jeep road. Yes. We'll give her that one and then she can, you can share. So thanks guys for that. So as we discussed, I'm gonna go over some of the physical aspects of Wolf Creek and its infancy. So it opened in August 21st, 1916. It replaced Elwood Pass. It took 5 years to construct. It was only $100,000 to construct. Just for comparison, Elwood Pass was about 17.5 miles long, as they're counting just the climbing. The max grade was 26%. And Wolf Creek, if you just count the climbing, is approximately 15 to 20 miles long at 7%. So that was a great improvement. It did take 2 days to travel over Wolf Creek Pass when it first opened. So imagine that fun stuff. Couple more facts here. It was upgraded to 24 feet in 1930, and it was paved in 1950. A lot of those upgrades and the actual construction was due to the 1914 half bill state tax, which 50% of that went to the local roads, 50% of that went to state highway. And as mentioned before, in 1919, Colorado had the gas tax. It started at 1 cent per gallon, now, and then went to 2 cents per gallon in 1920. And we're at a whopping, what, 22 now? So that's a lot. Then in the 80s and 70s and 80s, we got the truck ramps and the snow shed. Looking at Wolf Creek now, there's an extensive roadway now. It is much wider. It's paved. We've got a tunnel. We've got chain stations, and we've got better upgraded truck escape ramps. So an immense change in the 2000s. Going over this again, you'll see anybody who came down Wolf Creek. Yes, so beautiful. So it goes from 3 to 4 lanes in various areas. And as you're coming from the summit down, you'll see a lot more signage and a lot more walls. If you notice those walls that keep debris off the road. So a lot more safety and physical aspects that were improved in the 2000s to make this a safe passage. No longer Tuesdays to get there, no longer as scary. So once we get this great road built, what next? And this is where Mike McFall's work and Julie Constance's work comes into play. This is a little bit of the crash trends that we saw on Wolf Creek in 2007 to 2011. And now this stuff kind of predates all of the hard work that these two have done with the communication and the improvement for truck traffic on Wolf Creek. As you can see here, These are this is crash data pulled from our data source at CDOT. This is for 2007, 2011. A lot of the vehicles you can see are trucks that were getting into trouble with a high percentage of SUVs and passenger cars. I was really surprised at the amount of motorcycles, only 4%, which kind of made me happy. It's a new problem now. The direction of travel. So as we dug in deeper to this crash data, we found out that the direction of travel westbound was the biggest issue. A lot of you that came down Wolf Creek Pass, you know, as you come past Wolf Creek Ski Lodge, you climb up and you come down. It is a hair-raising experience if you're not ready. And can you imagine doing that in a big semi? So knowing these trends, Mike and his team at that time, and I believe Julie, you might have been in here too, looked harder at what can we do for the trucks westbound on Wolf Creek. Another fact here, if you look at, this is a concentration graph basically of crashes. If you look at this, it's around mile point 60 to 61. Who knows where that is? Yes. That is right before the hairpin or on the hairpin curve at the Outlook. I don't know if you guys YouTubed Wolf Creek Pass. It's super fun to YouTube it. There are videos of crash after crash, photos of crash after crash of commercial vehicles flipping. So with these trends, Mike, I think at the time, maybe Tommy Humphrey, looked at what can we do to improve this path even more. We've got the physical, we've got the safety, we've got the debris, we've got the maintenance. How can we make this safer? With that, we did a bunch of, it is hard knowing when you progress, but a bunch of ITS communication projects. These included approximately 4 projects, which 3 of them I'll kind of go into detail about. And this really highlighted the westbound commercial vehicle accidents, but it did have impact on all vehicles. So to start with this one, it's 17, these are our project numbers, sorry, this is how I live. 17 through 314, Mike, this is probably ingrained in your head too. That was completed around May 2011. You can correct me if I'm wrong. The goal of this one was to reduce the westbound accidents, obviously, on overturning vehicles. So prior to this, we did see a pattern of a lot of overturning vehicles, and that's, again, at the hairpin curve near the Outlook. So a lot of these vehicles coming down from the summit can't turn and navigate those turns. So what Mike and his team did is upgrade a lot of the signage. Prior to this, I don't know if you guys remember going at the early stages of Wolf Creek, you would drive down Wolf Creek, you'd see a couple of speed limit signs, and that's about it. But what Mike's team did is they did ITS signs. So these are signs that are triggered by inbound loops in the pavement by vehicles that are exceeding a certain speed or have a certain weight. And these create flashers to go off that say, you're not in the clear now. You've got 5 miles of 7% grade or 9 miles of 7% grade ahead of you. In addition to this project, which I think was a critical part, they widened and adjust the curve below the Outlook. And that's where you see that massive barrier now. It's a concrete barrier, and you can see as you're driving it, it actually is a little bit more comfortable. And so it's got to be a lot more comfortable for these commercial drivers. Anything you'd like to add, Mike, on this one?
Just real quickly, it's exactly what Jennifer described. I think the biggest thing is those signs that are activated, they do what they call a bin classification. So they measure the length of the axles on the vehicle. And so a motorhome won't trigger it. A car and a trailer won't necessarily trigger it, but a semi-trailer would trigger it. And it's also measuring the speed. So if they're over a set speed, that's what triggers this, and it recognizes the right type of vehicle. It's the first of its kind, I think, in the country that was done this way. And it was just, okay, what technology do we have? What works? And just seeing what we could do. The wall itself at the overlook, that barrier wall, it comes up to your shoulder if you're standing next to it. You don't realize how big it is. And it's over 6 feet into the ground because it's designed to stop a semi truck. Didn't quite do it.
But that semi was hauling. Yeah, thanks, Mike. Yeah, and then I think the other thing to mention that you didn't mention was those stacked speed limit signs, right? The ones that have for general traffic, your speed limit, and for commercial vehicles, your speed limit. I think that is a critical part of communication that a lot of these commercial vehicles did not understand as they navigated over Wolf Creek.
The only other element from this, we did this project and it made a slight improvement, not great. And so what we started looking at is you can't engineer everything to make it safer. And so kind of the next big step we did that don't see as a project was we focused on behavioral and driver behavior. And that's where we had the Beware the Wolf campaign, that may be your next lead in.
Yes.
But that was probably the most productive element for reducing crashes on this fence.
So perfect. Yeah, thanks for the segue. I will say this project cost about $3.5 million. It did include some culvert upgrades as well, but I'd say the bulk of it was this. So thank you, Mike, for that. The next one is an honorable mention. We did have the east side. I'm combining two projects here. One, Beware the Wolf campaign, and the second one, which is the east side fiber. And so that fiber obviously gave power and communications to the east side of Wolf Creek. So the Beware of the Wolf, I think, started in 2017. It is a website. It is outdated right now. I believe the crash data is 2015 to 2019. It is outdated. We are working on updating that. But yes, in combination with the previous project I talked about and this, we will see the crash results from these efforts later. The fiber for the east side was about 5.8 million. It did include a little bit of 285 in that project. But again, that was the start of communications and connectivity. Next one, the RSA. Julie, what does RSA stand for? I've had to ask her this twice. Yes.
Can you say that again?
Road safety audits. Perfect. So this is 21744. This is when I came into the traffic and safety unit. Our goal for this one was improve and upgrade even more the westbound communication to commercial trucks. So taking what Mike's team did, upgrading it a little bit more. As you can see, a lot of the signs are very similar. There is a runaway truck ramp that would be triggered again with those in-road loops, telling the truck that if it's going a certain speed, if it's going too fast, take that ramp, go to safety. The upper, I don't know if you can see it, but
You can use the pointer.
There's a black box on top of the truck ramp, runaway truck ramp sign that lights up and it says take ramp. And then there's also little flashers on the side. So adding to that ITS component, in addition, are those static signs that you see kind of when you're in either a very large shopping mall or at an amusement park. It says you are here. There's two of those. There's one as you go towards the summit, and then there's one as you're approaching some of the Outlook area. I think this in combination with Beware the Wolf in that previous project showed a lot of improvement as far as crashes go on Wolf Creek. Project cost for this was about 2.3 million. In addition, the barrier to the head of the Outlook was installed. So then continuing what Mike's group did, we have now barrier on both sides of the Outlook, if you remember or recall as you drive. So how did we do? We did pretty good. I'm going through these. Here's the eastbound and westbound. When you look at crash data, you want to start with the big picture and narrow down. Our goal was to communicate to westbound commercial drivers. But how did we do overall? As you can see, for all vehicles, both directions, there was a decrease. So we've had about 9 crashes per year before the projects after the projects and the public outreach reduced to 4. I did mark COVID in here because I think it's a very interesting blip in the radar. As you can see, we flatten out. And then after COVID, it's like more people driving and doing fun stuff. So we are now in an uptick. So those projects did have a huge impact to all traffic. How about the westbound? Westbound was even better. So we're targeting our audience.
Just to make this a little simpler, if you're looking at everything, look at the slope of the lines between the orange hash marks that she has. Before any improvements, it's a very steep line. It was growing very quickly. After the improvements, it flattened out a little bit. During COVID, it really got flat. And then you're looking at where it's at after everything up to the current. The slope of the line gives you an indication of how crash rates were increasing. And so we've been able to kind of curb it, for lack of a better word.
Yes, yes. And a very good job at that with these very simple projects, right? Signs, who would have thought? Yes. Oh, okay. Now westbound commercial. This was the biggest impact. You can see, again, a lot of them were about 9 vehicles crashes per year, and this one almost flatlined. So great job, I think, to both Julie and Mike. I get to usher and I get to see this, but I think this was a huge improvement.
One of the other things we did up there during our timeframes was we paid CSP to pull over every commercial model vehicle that came to the top of the summit and headed westbound to the west side. Had a conversation with them, filled out a survey. Some of that was to try and understand better drivers, where you were experienced mountain drivers, your first time over, do you speak English? Some of those issues were some of the things that Mike's team looked into with the safety audit, and then we were trying to follow up with. And in that time frame, when CSP was up there during those hours, we never had a commercial motor vehicle truck crash the entire time they were up.
Funny sidebar to that is we'd have state patrol at the top of the pass, giving them flyers, having that conversation. And then we had another state patrolman about halfway down the pass. And it was amazing how many were speeding and how many they get pulled over for a ticket and they try to argue with the state patrolman. He says, well, if you got the flyer and sitting on your dash, have a good day. And I think that built an expectation in the commercial motoring industry that this is a monitored pass. And that's probably also been that part of the behavioral change, that if you go over Wolf Creek, better expect to see a law enforcement officer.
Yeah. Yeah, good points. And thanks, Julie, for that. So out of that survey and a lot of our crash data, we did find a key thing that I think both of you might have mentioned. A lot of these drivers don't even speak English. Now we've got a bigger issue. We can communicate, but how? The pictures are the first, the first step to that. So this Wolf Creek Fiber project, that is the current project you see going on that you drove through. And so hopefully that'll be done. So if it comes back here, you guys don't have to drive through it again. The goal of this is to complete the fiber on the west side and provide real-time communication to all westbound traffic, real-time data collection on weather, speeds, type of vehicles for traffic between the summit and the overlook for westbound, and real-time camera access. So this basically, I'm looking at it as it gives the Wolf Creek a voice. It is going to give us information on road conditions, weather, traffic, all that data we can take and hopefully make better improvements in the future and understand our real significant issues on Wolf Creek. In addition, we're going to add some, oh, this is a horrible one. Sorry, guys. So we're going to add some variable speed limit signs. Those are the signs that are similar to what you see out here now, but the top will be an algorithm that will feedback a speed limit for normal traffic, so non-commercial, on what you should be driving based on the weather conditions. There's also going to be what they call a DMS. It's a dynamic messaging board. That is a color. It can be kind of cartoony. It's got more characters, so it can give more of a real-time picture and communication to these westbound commercial vehicles. Let's see what else. We've got some closed circuit TVs, so a lot of that data We'll go back to our maintenance staff in our office in Pueblo that will be looking and have more eyes on Wolf Creek. Again, a lot of it is going in from the summit to the overlook. And I think when all said and done, we're going to see a lot of data and a lot of useful information that we can use to hopefully help with avalanche mitigation, chain law, incident command and response, and then maybe even data to see what is our next level of protection for the traveling public on Wolf Creek.
One quick question to kind of summarize this, and I'm hoping you have this number in your head. The reduction in truck crashes on the west side of Wolf Creek in that comparative period before and after, was it close to 70% reduction, I think?
It had to have been, yeah. It was pretty significant.
I believe it was like 70 or 76% is what I saw a year or two.
Yeah, it's been pretty significant. We've had a little bit of a peak, obviously, with this COVID. It's just kind of a blip in our radar, but yeah, I think prior to COVID, we had a significant.
Okay, so Jennifer, I'm going to cut you off for a moment.
Yep.
Just because we only have 2 minutes, and see if there's any questions.
So something that wasn't mentioned, but we're going to talk about it a little bit in tourism, is the nexus between a number of these other subcommittees, and transportation is one of them in relation to tourism. And I want to give a shout out to CDOT for changing the way that you do avalanche mitigation. It was really difficult from a tourism standpoint. People didn't want to stay in Pagosa because they said the pass was always closed and they couldn't get up to Wolf Creek. So no offense against South Fork or anything, but you know, people always, because the east side of the pass is always open. And you have changed the way that you manage avalanche control, which has, again, greatly impacted, hopefully, the way you do business, but also tourism from Archuleta County and Pagosa Springs standpoint. So thanks so much for working on that.
Thank you. And I actually started on, I think it was an Obelix that is up here on what's the Stud Muffin. That's right. I knew it was a funny one. So yeah, that went on, and it actually does improve the safety for our maintenance staff. I made a joke that when this goes in, they're going to hit the button to launch the Obelix instead of their alarm when they wake up. It may not be that easy, but they can remotely launch this and take care of the roadway. And it does reduce the closure time.
Very, very quickly, and then that's the last question.
Okay, so first of all, thank you to Julie and Mike and Jennifer for all the work that you guys have done on Wolf Creek. It has always been an example that I use throughout on how we should communicate the programs that we come up with. Your flyers are the best. The signs out there are great. So thank you for all the hard work. We do now have a bill out there that actually was signed by the governor that doubles the fines for speeding 40 greater than 5% for CDL drivers. So I'm hoping that we can maybe get some signage, because you know, every time I go by a 70% grade or greater, you know, I just kind of think we need some signage to make them aware. But I'm sure we'll be doing a big campaign as well. What was the overall percentage of truck traffic on the Creek?
Oh, I'll have to.
Yeah. Okay. And then in your crash data there, it was 26% of the crashes were CMVs, and underneath I could not read, I couldn't see it. Was it anything over 10,000?
Yes.
Was that?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm wondering if maybe we could add into the loops that it identifies RV and truck and trailer, just because most of those are over that 10,000 GVWR.
So it does break it out, and I did combine that into the truck traffic, because our database does actually detail out a car pulling a trailer, a truck pulling any of these accidents. So that was included. Yeah, I kind of looked at the weights, and then it will take into account that weight. I mean, anything that meets that weight will go into that crash data.
Okay. All right. And then one more thing, the chain X stations. Thank you. They're nice. they're lit. I mean, they're well defined, the striping. And this may come up with any fiber, but for like BSL, as you're approaching into this change station, it gets pretty narrow peeling. So reducing the speed during, inclement weather or when there's chain operations occurring. We just worry about those drivers on the side of the road when it's icy and slip. And then just the crashes that happen, so.
Okay.
Because we've had several drivers die in a chain station, from traffic from the main line. Skipping over and actually getting into the chain station. So any sort of reduction in those areas would be great.
We can take a look at that.
Thank you so much. Greatly appreciate it. Yeah. Thank you very much for transportation. You guys are the lifeblood at Club 20, but since you guys are coming to Jackson County, prepare to go back in time to when the roads were not what they are everywhere else. I love coming through here. Archuleta County has a great highway system. Wolf Creek Pass is not really a pass. I'm telling you. But I want to invite you all up there, but please pay attention. Because the Romans built great roads. The new technology Steve was asking about has been forgotten. The stuff that was done 5,000 years ago with good bases to prepare for water. They developed concrete. That's the new technology that still works well. So when you're coming up, if you're coming up 125, please be wary. There are potholes that are as big as truck trailers. If you're coming on 14, get used to it. We don't have a paved shoulder in the county. We have exactly a little over 1.2 miles of our total roads that have 3 lanes. And it's a passing lane that a lot of people don't know that going up Rabbit Ears, when you go up the east side, that's actually in Jackson County. So that's what we collect as part of our 3 lanes. The other part's going in Wyoming. It's about 400 yards. So please come, please be careful, please be awake. Because you will be amazed at what it takes to travel back in time. Okay. So we're out of time now. Thank you all for your presence today, and special thanks to our speakers and sponsors, who we also mentioned this morning. Thank you again to Roxall for the luncheon, and also
Rocky Mountain Health Plan.
Rocky Mountain Health Plan, thank you. And then we hope to see you all at the Club 20 Fall Meeting in Grand Junction on September 7th and 8th. That's also the steak fry, if I recall correctly. And we will be at the Dove Tree Hotel then. Thank you very much.
I'll ask folks to start to transition into our tourism committee here. We are already 5 minutes behind, so if we could finish up our conversations and maybe take them out into the hall, and then we'll get our tourism committee underway here shortly. Come on.
we can, if I can ask you to take your seats, please. We have a great couple of presentations and then a fabulous lunch. So let's wrap this up. Our first week of summer policy meetings, please.
Let's do it. Inevitably, it's something really simple.
Okay, first and foremost, we do want to once again just kind of wrap this up with a thank you to our sponsors, of course, where I live, Archuleta County. Thank you so much for this venue space. We're very proud of it. We've got a new addition outside that we will be cutting the ribbon for later on. Our county fair will be here in just a couple of weeks. And we were pleased to do the reception last night. We hope you got a great view of our growing domes, which we're very, very proud of, a grassroots effort, as well as our lunch sponsors today, Rock Salt Consulting Group and Rocky Mountain Health Plans. The only thing that I will ask is we do have lots of conversation and lots of activity, and our presentations are great. If you would like to continue this conversation, if you can please take that out into the hallways so that we can continue and not interrupt our speakers for tourism. Brittany, do we have anybody new online that needs to be introduced?
I'll just go ahead and introduce all of them again.
Okay.
We have Christian Reese, Helen Kadich, Janet Farmer, Jeff Comstock, Jill Corbin, who will be our first presenter today. Julia Courier, who some of you should know, who used to be on the staff here. Melody Villard, Mike Goolsby, and Mike Ritter.
Okay.
Can we please take the conversation guys at the back?
Can we ask you to take it? I know everybody wants to talk to Julie. So there, Julie, take them outside. Everybody wants to talk to CDOT. I first and foremost just want to thank you all for staying. We usually get the last slot, but I want to talk before our presenter. We have two great presentations today that talk about the nexus between tourism and this subcommittee and so many other of the subcommittees. We just saw telecommunications, how important it is. The fiber on Wolf Creek Pass is just an example. We have emergency services in so many of our areas that we need telecommunications. We like to be in the great outdoors with all the modern conveniences. We have our water subcommittee. There is a tourism component to that with outdoor recreation, and Tom Kleinschmidt, who is also on the tourism subcommittee, is a great representation of that. We have, you know, our education and workforce, things of our tourism industry, our wages, our housing, how we are, many of our communities that are in this room are an tourism-based economy. We don't have the concentric business and manufacturing that areas like Denver, Colorado Springs have. So we are an economic-based industry, and tourism affects all of our communities that way. Business affairs, also sitting on our subcommittee is Meredith Badler, and she is the deputy director for the business committee for the arts. How many of our communities have started looking at public arts as a business and an economic driver for our community? And also, as one of our guest speakers will talk about today, agriculture. What is that nexus between agriculture and tourism? So what I ask our other subcommittees is, please, as you're writing your policies, look at tourism. We are a component of your subcommittees. How does the tourism aspect fit into any of the policies that we may be drafting in our other subcommittees? And also, if you or someone in your community or someone that you sit on an organization with, Water Conservancy, perhaps energy, perhaps a chamber of commerce or a visitor center in your community would be a good fit for our subcommittee, we would love to have you. I know I make this plea every time and I'm going to do it again. So with that in mind, I do want to create this nexus, and I am, you know, we have been having the Colorado Tourism Office be a presenter since Tim Wolf took over as the director, and we are pleased today to have Jill Corbin, who is the Deputy Director of Destination Stewardship. We talk about destination stewardship, water, public lands, and all of us are concerned. We feel we know how to take care of it. And then these visitors come in and they leave these fire pits burning and they leave trash in our high country. So Jill, thank you so much for joining us today. And virtually, we're sorry you can't join us here, but thank you so much for joining us and talking about how our communities can better utilize the services of the Colorado Tourism Office.
Great. Thank you so much. Can I get a confirmation verbally that you all can hear me?
We
We
can.
can hear you and I have your slides pulled up.
Oh, great. Say that one more time. Sorry.
You're ready to go.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. And thank you for that nice introduction. I'm Jill Corbin, Deputy Director of Destination Stewardship from the Colorado Tourism Office. I apologize I could not be there today. I had it on my calendar. I really wanted to be in Pagosa Springs and just enjoy the beautiful amenities that you all have there and get to soak in the hot springs, but summer schedules just did not allow for that to happen today. So I hope you all are enjoying your time in beautiful Pagosa Springs. So if you'll go to the next slide, please. Great, thanks so much. I wanted to just start this presentation today before diving into a lot of our destination stewardship efforts in providing a brief overview of the CTO and all that we do as your state tourism office. So we serve as the Destination Marketing and Management Organization for the state of Colorado. We sit within OEDIT, the Office of Economic Development and International Trade. And our mission is to achieve and sustain a healthy Colorado economy that works for everyone and protects what makes Colorado the best state in the country to live, work, start a business, raise a family, and retire. And our vision at the Colorado Tourism Office is to empower the tourism industry by inspiring the world to explore Colorado responsibly and respectfully. Next slide. We operate under the guidance of our strategic plan, which we call Roadmap. We had our first roadmap rolled out in 2017, and we have a second iteration that we approved, that the board approved last fall, and that's our Roadmap 2.0. We operate under these three pillars: economic vitality, destination stewardship, and industry leadership. And we seek to advance the strength and resilience of the Colorado tourism industry and strive to do all of these things through collaboration, inclusivity, innovation, and leadership. Next slide. Here's just a brief overview of the CTO staff. We have kind of our three main arms of the CTO. We have our domestic marketing team, our international sales and promotion team, and then our destination stewardship team. Next slide. And we couldn't do anything that we do as a state tourism office without the support and guidance from multiple partners around the state. Formally, we have it structured as our board of directors, our various committees, and we also have some relatively new advisory groups in our Destination Stewardship Council, our Inclusivity and Travel Coalition, and our Care for Colorado Coalition as well. Next slide. So getting into just a quick overview of where we are with the state of tourism in Colorado. And I want to preface this data and information that I'm about to share in that we're sort of in an interesting time. You can go ahead to the next slide if you'd like. we're sort of in an interesting time because this is right when we get all of our data, meaning July and August is when we get our data for 2022. So we're still sort of reflecting and discussing the data from 2021. And that's what you'll see reflected in these slides, and they will be updated hopefully within the next 3 months. As you all know, through the pandemic and in recovery of the pandemic, tourism took a significant hit because of this situation. And so we're seeing a general increase of visitor spending, but we're not quite back to where the 2019 levels were. Good news in sort of the preliminary data that we're seeing from 2021 is that we're coming in pretty strong for that year. So there's just ongoing growth from the visitor spend. Next slide. And this just further indicates where we have seen an impact from COVID and during recovery, both in spending, employment, and just the general generation of state and federal tax revenue. Next slide. And I love this slide because it also indicates sort of the varied tapestry that is tourism across the state and how destinations and communities fared throughout the pandemic and how they're faring throughout recovery. And so you'll see in the slide on the left indicates 2019 to 2020 change from in visitor spending. And there were still quite a few areas of the state that were down in visitor spending, as indicated by the orange yellow color. And then when you look to that 2019 versus 2021 change, you see that a lot of the Western Slope, a lot of your areas were kind of moving back into an increase in visitor spending as opposed to a deficit. But you still see that a lot of the Eastern Plains and a lot of the Front Range areas were struggling when it came to visitor spending and generation of sales tax revenue. Up until 2021, they were still struggling with that. Next slide. And as we'll get into a bit more, we as the Colorado Tourism Office sit as the destination marketing and management organization for the state. And we've gone through an evolution over the course of the last 20 years or so. Historically, and you might see this within your own communities and your DMOs, or what they're now being called as DMMOs in a lot of areas around the state, is that these tourism organizations are shifting in the Colorado Tourism Office from historically just being an agency responsible for marketing and promoting the state and inspiring travel to the state, and speaking and communicating mainly with people who lived outside of the state and even outside of the US to inspire them to come to Colorado. What we're doing now, as you'll see kind of in this graph, is moving a lot more into that visitor management piece, focusing on our partnerships and how we can leverage the strength of our partner agencies and communities around the state, really leaning into what visitor management could look like, both from a technological standpoint and sort of an on-the-ground standpoint. And then, of course, moving into that steward realm of, understanding that as a tourism industry, we also very much care and love our destinations, and we want to be stewards as well for those destinations to protect both our cultural and natural assets for generations to come. We want to avoid any instance where tourism could potentially be of impact on communities, on our natural resources. Of course, that's a lot easier said than done, but this is the direction that we're moving.
Hey,
Next
Jill.
slide. Yes.
One moment. If we could get a couple folks to get off the internet, if you're not using it, again, that'd be great. We want to make sure that we get to hear everything that Jill has to say. You can continue.
Great, thanks. Next slide, please. Just a bit more about recovery. The CTO was very fortunate to receive additional funding, both from the CARES Act grant and from ARPA. These are monies that came through the governor's office to OEDIT to the CTO, both from the EDA and low fiscal recovery fund. And so this gives a snapshot of what we've been working with. We've been very busy as a team, as well as all as OEDIT and many of our partner agencies and people around the state of trying to move the economy and move our industry through recovery. And so we felt very fortunate to have some CARES Act money that went into our Restart and Reimagine programs that ran through our Destination Development Department. We've had $10 million to work to bolster and reinvigorate the meeting and events industry across the state. So those conferences, those sporting events, concerts, festivals, whatnot, we've been trying to really build that back in areas around the state. And then also building out our international efforts and really focusing, if you remember back to that slide of the urban areas along the Front Range that had not received as strong of an economic increase as opposed to the Western Slope areas, we're really trying to focus on marketing those areas as well. So that was all given out in support of large marketing grants, of just really to inspire people to go back to Denver, to go back to our urban areas in the state and visit and spend their dollars. And then we're also working with stewardship and an increased marketing campaign and focusing on diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility efforts, and trying to position Colorado as a welcoming state for all. Next slide. And just a quick overview of international tourism as well. If you go to the next slide, we know that it is incredibly important for tourism economies around the state. And just an update, we are seeing that recovery has begun. The borders are opening. The 2021 and 2022 visitation numbers are better than expected. We're seeing strong influx of Mexican travelers to our state, but still some headwinds. There's very long visa wait times, and inflation has also impacted that international tourism recovery. Next slide. And this is what is projected as we look ahead to the future. We, as you can see, a complete decline in international around 2020, and it's projected to not meet or surpass pre-pandemic levels until about 2025. And it's all kind of varied as we look at North American recovery, European recovery, and then those longer haul destinations from Asia, Pacific, and Africa. Next slide, please. And this is what our international team is doing around the world right now. It's exciting because they're back in action out around the world promoting the state of Colorado, both through PR efforts, travel and trade, and then communicating directly with consumers. Next slide. And this is where our international travelers are coming from. I always like to include this as just a good thing to know for all of our tourism partners around the state. This is where we understand as the state that people are coming from, both from our European markets and our North American markets as well. Next slide, please. And we know that our international traveler is the one that spends the most when they come to Colorado. So we know that this is a very important sector that we need to keep building out if we are return to a strong of a recovery as we were in 2019 and even surpass that. Next slide, please. And then moving on to our marketing and promotions effort. If you'll go to the next slide. This is something I like to share with our partners because it's a wonderful insight that we have and as the state tourism office, and maybe you all can take those back to your local DMOs or the people who are communicating or responsible for the brands of your destinations. This is what we know for Colorado, that visitors love to go to destinations like New York, California, and Florida, but when they come to Colorado, they fall in love with Colorado. And this is really where our tagline for the state comes from, because only here do they come to life. So there's a big difference of like, oh, I love that area. But then when they come to Colorado, they fall in love with the state. And oftentimes they want to move here too. Next slide. So these are our marketing goals. Historically and ongoing, we will continue to focus on strengthening statewide economic growth and advance our competitive position with our neighboring states and our other states within the U.S. We have friendly competition with many of them. And so we want to ensure that Colorado remains top of mind for potential visitation. But our secondary goal is relatively new in the next 2 years, or in the last 2 to 3 years or so, in that we're really leaning into promoting and educating destination stewardship and responsible traveler. And I'll speak more to that in a little bit around how we hope that visitors behave, both travelers from international markets or from other areas in the States, to our residents as well, as they love to travel. We know that Coloradans are one of our biggest markets. They are traveling around the state and they love to experience all that their state has to offer. And so we're really leaning into helping to educate and focus on communicating with them more around destination stewardship messaging and responsible and respectful travel. Next slide, please. And this is how we do it. This is our omni-channel approach, really to strengthen that unified brand experience, because we know that repetition is key and alignment is key. And the more that visitors, or whether there's still in that dream phase of deciding whether they want to come to Colorado, or if they're here in the state, having that consistent message and that consistent brand throughout all of those touch points and throughout the decision-making funnel is essential. So that's where we're really trying to lean in. Okay. And a bit more about our responsible tourism efforts. We are really hoping to educate travelers who show intent to visit the state. And we do this through our Do Colorado Right campaign. And we love this campaign because not only has it been very successful from an ROI standpoint, but it's also been great because we've been able to partner with some other agencies around the state and lean into our communication and marketing expertise to drive home these various stewardship messages, whether that's backcountry safety, whether that's traveling around the state on off-peak times or taking public transportation. We had a great partnership with CDOT, where we brought in a professional race car driver, Saber Cook, who is based in Grand Junction or from Grand Junction. And she did some wonderful spots for us, promoting the Bang and Pegasus and how to take transportation and travel on off-peak times around the state. And so that's just a great example of ways that we hope to work with not only our fellow state agencies, but communities around the state as well to get that stewardship messaging out. Next slide, please. And yeah, this is just kind of covering a bit more about the topics that we have covered today. A big focus has been around fire safety, helping our visitors understand how to be careful with fire, how to properly extinguish fire. We utilize influencers with the Do Colorado Right campaign. So you'll see Philip Henderson, who's a backcountry enthusiast. He has done quite a few spots for us on backcountry safety, responsible water bottle usage and hydration. We, for the first time ever, we're partnering with Denver International Airport, and we have messaging that's going up around the water bottle filling stations about how to just be careful with your water usage and monitor that, and certainly to use reusable water bottles as well. Next slide. And we love partnering with our destinations and our communities around the state because, as I mentioned before, with the omni-channel brand experience, there's so much strength in alignment around brand and messaging. And so the more we can partner with our destinations around the state, the more effective the message could be. And then that leads leans into the potential for greater behavior change with our visitors and our users and our travelers to our communities and our great outdoors, because that at the end of the day is what we're trying to achieve, is that behavior change out there, out and about around Colorado. Next slide. And another example from Ouray. And then moving into that's okay. Go ahead and move into destination stewardship. Next slide. Keep going, please. So as I mentioned before, destination stewardship is one of the three pillars for the Colorado Tourism Office. And this is really elevating and advancing support for Colorado destinations in the attempt to balance quality of life for our residents and experience for our visitors while still enhancing our environment and communities. Next slide. We're trying to make tourism work for Colorado. I like to say we're trying to reposition tourism in areas of the state where it might not be seen as a positive. We're trying to position tourism as a force for good. And so we are refocusing CTO's work and support for communities to ensure the benefits of the visitor economy are balanced between the communities, our environment, and our visitors. And we want to help empower communities to be proactive in protecting and amplifying the long-term value of their destinations, cultural and natural assets. We want to be a partner in this work. We know that there's a myriad of challenges taking place around the state, whether that impact on infrastructure or on our trails and trailheads or our 14ers, in a wide variety of ways, from safety perspective to our just the degradation of natural resources. And so we want to partner with you. We want to hear from you about your challenges, and we want to help you work through those challenges at the local level. And of course, we want to continuously attempt to lessen negative impacts from tourism on our lands and people. And we do that through more partnerships and stronger alignment. And really, from a very high level, we're attempting to collectively transform the tourism industry mindset, again, to that place of tourism is a force for good. And it is a true positive in your communities and destinations around the state. Next slide, please. And how are we doing that? Currently, these are our strategic priorities when it comes to destination stewardship, is to continue to elevate responsible travel and sustainability, to champion our resilient destinations, and to continually advance inclusiveness and collaboration. We do that in these 4 focus areas of focusing on awareness and education, a focus on the visitor experiences, a focus on strategic partnerships, and then working to always support our industry. Next slide. These are some of our specific programs, our destination development programs. As I mentioned, through the CARES Act grant, we had our Restart and Reimagine programs that were implemented over the course of the last 3 years or so. Now that has evolved into our Destination Blueprint program. And so we're thrilled to be able to provide ongoing support for our communities around the state that are looking to develop their tourism economies, to better understand visitor management opportunities and systems, and then certainly those that want to support the destination stewardship messaging. Supporting our electric byways around the state, we are pleased that over half of our 26 scenic and historic byways are now electrified. This has taken place with a great partnership with CDOT and the Colorado Energy Office, among many communities and partners around the state, to help that infrastructure built out. And then just continuing to provide educational resources out to our partners, whether that's in workshops or at GovCon, or online. We have some great online opportunities through our learning labs. And then you can get involved if you're interested with the Destination Development Committee. Next slide, please. And then we have specific industry programs. We have our leadership journey. And as I mentioned, this is a great opportunity for tourism professionals and individuals around the state to connect with other tourism industry professionals for a year-long growth and learning experience. Our next experience is going to be taking place in Grand Junction. I believe it's next week. So we're thrilled to have 20 tourism leaders from around the state go to Grand Junction and experience all the wonderful things that that are thriving in that area. We have our Learning Labs, which is an online platform that is available free 24/7 to support both hospitality training and just general increased education for tourism. And then we have our GovCon. So I hope you'll all join us. We have our annual Governors Conference on Tourism that takes place every year. It moves around the state. This year it's in Fort Collins at the end of September, but it's really a wonderful opportunity to come and learn and connect with around 500 of your fellow tourism professionals for about 2 to 3 days in a certain area. So I hope that you'll consider joining us. Next slide. We have great, robust grants and funding that are rolling out. As I mentioned, our grants and funding team has been quite busy with the additional recovery funding, both from the EDA and ARPA and SLFRF. So they've been very busy. They've had their hands full over the course of the last 2 to 3 years or so. But then we also have these just ongoing, consistent annual grants that roll out. Our marketing matching grant, that application is open currently. And this is a wonderful opportunity for partners to come in and collaborate potentially with their neighboring communities or destinations, or come in on their own to help their local marketing efforts. And we've seen a great influx of applicants and recipients in the last few years that are really leaning into that responsible tourism messaging, that Do Colorado Right messaging. And so it's just been fantastic to see those partners come in and apply for a marketing matching grant for their own responsible tourism campaigns that are often aligned with Do Colorado Right in their own areas. And then we have our tourism management grant as well, which leans into more of that strategy piece and visitor management. So if you're not really in need of a great marketing effort, then you can lean into the management piece of it, and we can help fund whether that's a visitor management strategy, a wayfinding strategy, or something like that. And then we have scholarships available for our annual GovCon. Next slide. And we also operate 10 state welcome centers around Colorado. So historically, we've served over 1 million visitors have come through those welcome center doors. This, of course, was impacted by COVID, but we're seeing a great influx of our gateways to the state, as you'll see represented on this map. And so this is a great opportunity for that ongoing message of responsible travel and tourism. And we're working with the volunteers that help staff these centers to help share out that responsible tourism message, and then also to help disperse travelers around the state. We know that the welcome centers serve as a great opportunity for us to connect with travelers that they might not have a very strict agenda, and they might want to come in, and our volunteers are able to share something with them that they might not have known about. And so they're able to stay maybe 1 or 2 more days and head to an area that might be a hidden gem, or somewhere that just was a little bit less known as a driver for them to come into the state. And we see that happen again and again. And so that's one of the main reasons we look at our welcome centers as being so valuable. Okay. And as I mentioned, we can't do any of this work that we do without the help and guidance from our partners. And so I'm going to discuss a bit more in detail the Destination Stewardship Council, the Inclusivity and Travel Coalition, and the Care for Colorado Coalition as well. Next slide. Our Care for Colorado Coalition, this has turned into such a valuable opportunity, resource, experience for the CTO, and I think the partners as well, and for Leave No Trace. We partnered with Leave No Trace in 2018 to create the for Colorado Principles. We were the first state tourism office to partner with Leave No Trace. And we realized that there's strength in numbers and there's strength in partnerships. So we created the Care for Colorado Coalition, amplify the Care for Colorado Leave No Trace principles. We're now working with an alliance of more than 100 organizations that have all raised their hand and come to the CTO and said, hey, we want to help spread this message of Leave No Trace and help to educate both Coloradans and visitors on our public lands or in our communities on how to treat Colorado respectfully and responsibly. And there's a lot of great benefits to being a member, or excuse me, a partner of this coalition. There's access to marketing assets. We send out monthly newsletters that highlight a different area of need, whether that's water safety or fire education awareness, backcountry safety. There's just wildlife is also a big one as well. So we send out monthly newsletters that provide a whole slew of resources for our partners to utilize in their own communication channels and through their own networks to just continue to try to get out this responsible travel message. Next slide. And these are the 7 Care for Colorado principles, if you did not know. We have know before you go, stick to trails, leave it as you find it, trash the trash, be careful with fire, keep wildlife wild, and share our trails and parks. If you go to the next slide. We are thrilled to be able to offer brand new assets to all of our partners. And so what you see here are examples of social media stills that you can copy and paste to your own social networks. We have trailhead signs, we have posters you could hang in your bathrooms, at your store, put on the front door of your storefront, whatever it may be, because as I've mentioned a couple of times, we know that there is strength in alignment around messaging. The more times our visitors and users and residents of Colorado see the same messaging, the stronger likelihood or propensity it is for them to change their behavior in a positive way. And so that's what we'd like to see across the state. So we have wonderful, beautiful assets that are ready for you all to use if you become a member, a partner of the Care for Colorado Coalition. And it's free too. So just let us know and we'll get you connected with all of the assets and resources. Next slide. Our Inclusivity and Travel Coalition was created in 2019 as an effort to really continue in earnest to advance inclusivity and collaboration. We know that we want to have ongoing efforts around the development and promotion of travel experiences that center on the interests and preferences of diverse travel audiences. We want to create a broad network of tourism professionals that are passionate and dedicated to this cause as well. And so we're thrilled to just have this ongoing work underway that helps guide the CTO and the industry as a whole around marketing efforts, messaging, do's and don'ts, ways to really advance that welcoming and authentic message and experience for people from all areas of life to Colorado. And so if you're interested in joining us as well, this is free and open to all to join. Next slide. And we have our Destination Stewardship Council. This was an advisory group that was created specifically to help guide the additional funding that we received as the Colorado Tourism Office for Destinations Stewardship specifically. We were awarded $1.75 million from the SLFRF monies to focus on destination stewardship. And so we knew we needed some advisors and some guidance as we move forward with spending these dollars. And so we created the Destination Stewardship Council. Some of their big projects are around the creation of a destination stewardship strategic plan. The next big project will be the goal is to create a very comprehensive research project about destination stewardship, really understanding from a data perspective what is happening around the state and where we are today to track progress against as we move more earnest in these efforts in the years to come. So we're thrilled to have the first gentleman, Marlon Reese, sits on this council as well, in addition to a wide variety of thought leaders and industry experts from around the state. Next slide. So this is really what we're doing right now. We have started our kickoff and introduction of our destination stewardship strategic plans. We will have 1 statewide plan and 8 regional plans that will be produced. So I've been kind of going on a roadshow over the course of the last month and talking to as many groups as I possibly can about becoming involved in this destination stewardship strategic planning process, whether that's at the statewide level and providing feedback on the plans as they are presented on our OEDIT website, because those will all be available and open for public comment, or joining a regional action team, which will be taking place around the state. If you're not familiar, the tourism office has 8 tourism regions that are very large. We know that, but we are working to create regional action teams currently to help guide regional strategic plans as well. And this will be a 12-month process, so we're moving relatively quickly with it. Next slide. And this is just a snapshot of the work that is underway and upcoming. And so we partnered with an organization called Solimar International. They're based out of Washington, D.C. They're a global tourism consulting firm that has worked with countries around the world and various U.S. states on responsible and sustainable tourism strategic planning. So we're thrilled to have their expertise on board. Next slide. And just a recap of how you can get involved. Please consider being a Care for Colorado Coalition partner. There's a lot of benefits that you will receive as a partner of the coalition. Please consider joining the Activity and Travel Coalition if that's something that interests you and you're passionate about, or you seek to advance in your local community as well, or consider joining a CTO committee. If you haven't, please sign our weekly newsletter that goes out, Tourism Tuesday. You can find that on our OEDIT website. That's a great way just to stay connected very frequently to all the happenings going on at the CTO, when grants go live, when the strategic plan is ready for public review, whatever it may be. And as I mentioned, please consider participating in a Destination Stewardship Regional Action Team. We would love to have your feedback, your perspective, voice represented in this Destination Steward work. And of course, just feel free to email me directly with any questions that you have or follow up. I'm happy to talk to anyone on a one-on-one basis to see how they can utilize or partner with the efforts of the CTO more. And I believe that's it. I tried to go through that pretty quickly.
Bill, a lot to cover. I hope that those of you who are in attendance will go back to your communities and let them know the resources that are available to them. Jill has been a great resource for so many of us in our community. We thank you. We have, since we started late, I'm going to cut it down, but do we have a question? Maybe time for one, maybe two. Do we have any questions for Jill? Does anybody know if any of their communities are part of Care for Colorado? Go.
Walker County was the 100th member.
That's great. Was that Tom?
Was.
Way to go, Tom.
Steve?
Yeah, this is Steve Child, Pickens County Commissioner. I'm not familiar with the acronym for the funding, FLRLF. What
is that stand for?
Sure, that's the acronym stands for State Local Fiscal Recovery Funds.
Okay, thank you.
Something also that Jill brought up, please remember, many of you are in very small communities, and these matching grants are a fabulous way for your community to get some money, especially in partnering with an adjacent county or a corridor or something. That's, you know, we've talked about that collaboration. So I know here in Southwest Colorado, we've used it extensively. It's just fabulous money. Okay, Jill, thank you again so much for joining us virtually. There's so much information. Please pass on our thanks again to the state office, and hopefully we'll see you again.
Great. Thank you all so much.
Okay. So as I mentioned, lots of collaboration. One of the things that many of our Western Slope counties are involved in is agriculture. And I remember years and years ago, up in Delta County and up around Paonia, you know, they kind of started coining this term of agritourism. How do we open up our agriculture community and educate people and let them know this viable industry in Colorado? I don't think people realize the impact that agriculture has on the state of Colorado. In our description of this, I said agritourism from waste to richness. I just think here in Southwest Colorado, this is an amazing story of heritage and tourism and agriculture all brought together. I'm very pleased. If you came to our reception last night, you got to taste the fruits of their effort, no pun intended. And so I would like to welcome Elizabeth Philbrick and Jared Scott, who are the co-owners of Esoterra Cider Works here in Southwest Colorado, Dolores and Durango. Welcome.
Hello, can you hear me? Yes, we are Esoterra Cider Works, and I want to thank Jill for giving us a really large overview of what tourism in Colorado looks like. You will notice that we do not have any statistics on our slides today. I am 40 years old. I'm what you call an elder millennial. So I decided to just rotate pictures of myself for the entire presentation. So you're going to get an understanding once, I think, yeah, it's going to sort of slowly go. But these are photos of us creating a business here in Southwest Colorado. There's the reality of what it looks like to own a winery versus the idea of what it is to own a winery. I think a lot of people think that my husband and I are holding hands and strolling down orchard lanes all day long. And apparently the sun's constantly setting. But the reality is that opening any agriculture in Southwest Colorado is actually quite difficult. So we're going to take this umbrella idea of tourism, a $22 billion industry in the state of Colorado, and talk about the $2.2 billion subset of that is agritourism. If you haven't noticed, we are the agricultural side of the state. So let's up that percentage of the tourism and bring it to some of the agriculture parts, because agritourism is one of the fastest growing subsets of tourism in the United States and in the world. We, Esoterra, make wine from apples. We make hard cider. Now, a lot of the hard ciders you've had in your life are going to taste a lot like sort of soda poppy ciders. That's not what we make. We make proper wine. We make wine from apples, yeast, apples, and a really long wait. So what happened was, this is our son. What happened was my husband turned to me. We were in graduate school. So consider Esoterra a case study of what can happen in your community. We met in graduate school. Jared was getting his PhD in forestry, really on point for Colorado. I was getting my master's degree in landscape architecture with a focus of city planning. I was focusing on rejuvenating small towns. I got to be part of the master plan for Durango, Natarita, Fruta, and so on and so forth. And so I was really excited to get to do a lot of that. My husband was really excited to get to do what he did. But in the grand scheme of falling deeply in love with a man in the middle of your life, a forester and a city planner might as well be Montague and Capulet. We don't have a place where we both get to go and be fully employed. So my husband comes home one day and he sets down an atlas and 2 colored pens, and we start Venn diagramming the entire country. And we landed on Durango, Colorado. For a couple of reasons. One, who doesn't want to live in Durango, Colorado? I mean, it's just fab. It's Shangri-La incarnate. But also, it's the area between Cortez, Dolores, Mancos, and the Animas Valley, where Durango sits, is one of the oldest apple growing regions in North America. There are over 6,000 trees that are registered historic. There are over 600 varieties of apples just in those 2 counties. And so when my husband said, you know, I've helped start Teal Cider, I've helped start Fence Line Cider, I'd like to move to this part of the world and continue to revive these apples. And this is why. If Southwest Colorado had used every single one of the apple trees that was in existence in 2017 when we moved there, Southwest Colorado could own 1% of the fastest growing adult beverage industry in the United States. Cider is outpacing everything. Seltzer took us over for 6 months. Then people realized you can put vodka and soda water, and salsa waters went out. But the reality is that what we were realizing was there's this vast potential for agriculture that had gone to waste. All of those trees didn't have a job. They were just sitting there, dropping fruit on the ground, fermenting naturally, and getting turkeys drunk in the fall. So to save you all from being attacked by drunk turkeys, we decided to go ahead and make our own better quality cider, stick it in a bottle, and sell it to people in Hollywood. So that's what we did. My husband turns to me in the middle of the night and says, if I started my own cidery, would you help me fund it? I had a better paying job then. And I turned to him, and it was late, and I said, well, let me see your business plan. And he was like, what? You didn't just want to blind me do this thing I wanted to do. And so we reached out to SCATE, which is the Southwest Colorado entrepreneurship program. And it is amazing. If you have small businesses in Southwest Colorado and even in northern New Mexico at this point, who are good at their craft, but need to know how to run a business, by all means, reach out to this group. It's phenomenal. They gave us 9 months of intensive business training. We learned what a COG was. We learned what a net income versus a gross income versus a yada yada. So they took us, or rather they took my husband's talent, and they helped us turn it into a business. We now pick over 50 orchards in Southwest Colorado. We work with landowners, some of them down to just a single tree. Some of those trees are some of the last known of their varieties. But what we do is we increase the value of that forgotten product by turning it into fine wines. In our first year of international competition, we took 2nd and 3rd place in the only double-blind competition in North America. It did well for us. We broke ground in 2019 after our 9 months of extreme business training, and we moved into the Mountain Sun Juice Factory. This is us baking apples in our backyard. But we moved into the Mountain Sun Juice Factory, and if anyone knows the whole history of Southwest Colorado, it's hard to not know about the Mountain Sun Juice Factory. Up until about 22 years ago, it was the largest organic juice factory in the world in Delones, Colorado. Population 816 people, give or take a dozen, since the US Census was a thing. So this town has always been the same, but they did 11 million in revenue every year in organic juice before organic was a big buzzword. They were selling to 48 states. They owned their own distribution company. They would send the juice out. And when those empty trucks came back, they brought goods to Southwest Colorado. They brought a lot of goods to Southwest Colorado. Now we are in that factory again, making juice, this time a little more adult. And the nice thing about selling adult juice is it's the highest value added product you can give to a tree that is no longer in fad. And I say that because fruit is actually quite fad oriented. Who's ever had a Honey Crisp? Cosmic Crisp? Red Delicious? Okay, these are all apple varieties that are 30 years or younger. Who's heard of the debutante, the Maiden's Blush, the Jasper Jelly? These are the apples we're picking. We're picking the weird looking little guys. You know, there are trees that, you know, if you've ever had an Asian pear, sort of russety on the outside, looks like a potato hanging in a tree. These are the kinds of fruits that do really well in Colorado and make really phenomenal hard cider. The nice thing about apple trees, we use 1/5 of the amount of water as alfalfa, which is our #1 product in the state of Colorado. Alfalfa requires a ton of water and is usually shipped overseas, which is a fast way for the United States to sell its water to other countries. The majority of our overseas alfalfa goes to Saudi Arabia. Just fun note, they buy more of our water than we buy. So when we think about a long-term agricultural product in Southwest Colorado, apples are a phenomenal opportunity. If you've been to Grand Junction, there's not a whole lot of water in Grand Junction, but there are a whole lot of trees because the water comes off the mountains and onto the roots of the trees, which actually created an environment for us to have really healthy orchards because water coming from the sky spreads funguses and bacteria and all this, that, and the other thing, but water coming off the ground piped in via, you know, a variety of very forward-thinking waterways that we have created here in Colorado. We can have some really healthy fruit production without nearly as many inputs. You don't need a lot of fertilizer for apples. You don't need a lot of infrastructure for apples. You do need a lot of forethought because it takes 5 to 10 years for an apple tree to produce its first real crop, whereas alfalfa can be ready in about 3 months. So it does take someone investing time. But we make ciders from apple trees that are as old as 150 years old. Apple trees can live to be 300 years old and they can be in commercial production for a good hunk of that life. And so planting orchards is a way for Southwest Colorado to get in on a long-term water-wise agricultural crop. Now, I'm not in the business of trying to sell you guys on apples themselves. I'm in the business of selling wine to you. I'm in the business of bottles that get sold overseas. So I'm going to tell you this little bit of a story. We've created this environment. We broke ground in Mountain Sun Juice Factory in Dolores, 2019. It takes 6 months to get a liquor license in the state of Colorado, approved by the federal government. Then it takes us at least 6 months to make our product. So in 2020, we opened to the public to be closed down 2 weeks later. So we're really happy we're still here. Because we got, you know, we were tenacious, we got out there, we did everything we could to stay alive. Thank you, state of Colorado, for putting forward so many opportunities for businesses like ours. We didn't get to take advantage of PPP or anything like that because we didn't have employees other than us until we actually opened, so we had no history. But between a combination of community funds, OEDIT grants, this, that, and the other thing, Esoterra now employs 14 full-time employees with living wages. Some of us are wildly overeducated, and some of us will likely never have a high school degree. We are applying good paying jobs to the full spectrum of people in this state. We would like to have 3 times as many employees, and someday we will, because what Esoterra is doing today is we are trying to get our own orchard planted. As it is, we are currently picking other orchards and we will not stop doing that. That's a great way for people who have historically made money off of their land, keep their land in agriculture. You so much as sell to us $100 worth of apples, you get that agriculture status for the rest of the year. And that's really important because in many of our counties, if you so much as don't make an income on your ag land for a single year, you get converted over to residential and good luck getting it back into ag. So for a hot second, when I was a planning commissioner in La Plata County, I was part of trying to zone La Plata County. Now, all the controversy aside of trying to zone a county that really doesn't want to be zoned, what every single one of the subsects of La Plata County agreed upon is the culture of our community is very pastoral, rural, and agro-based, meaning don't change it so that we don't recognize it. Sure, up your tourism, as long as we all still get to look at farms meandering along the rivers. That's a bit of a conflict for a lot of people when there are so many rules that default turning agricultural land into residential or commercial, and then it's really difficult to go back. Now, I'm gonna tell you this, y'all are working, depending on which subcommittee you're working on really specific bills or just general understanding. Today, I'm gonna talk about both. I'm gonna talk about how hard it is to get an agriculture business off the ground in an area that is desperate for agriculture businesses. And I say this because my husband and I first originally tried to open in Durango. There's only about, I would say what 1/20th of Durango is zoned industrial and commercial. So you have to be within those areas. We tried to open up in an existing building that had been vacant for years, and we were slapped with $50,000 worth of sidewalk needed to go on this landscape before we were even allowed to put our business proposal up and forward. I don't know if you guys know anything about being a small business, but $50,000 worth of an infrastructure that's usually provided by your municipality seems like a real fast way to shut down a business. And it did. Our investors literally got up and walked out of the room. I'm not sure that the planning department in La Plata County was fully expecting 5 people to just stand up and walk out with Jared and I just dumbfounded, staring at each other. But then we were told later, well, if you had commissioned and done this and done that and this, and then we would have gone without it. And I was like, well, you got to tell people that in the very beginning, because you're scaring people off before you even start the conversation. And if you're scaring people off that want to put $200,000 worth of investment in your community, you probably shouldn't scare them with a bill that has nothing to do with the business before you ever get started. And so I was a planner in the county level at that time, and I thought, well, we'll go to the county. You know, 3 blocks that way and we're in the county. You can't have a commercial well in the county converted over for an agricultural industry like ours. And so we had to plug into a water system. We can't do that. Not in the county, because again, the small business is in charge of the infrastructure. If I want to build 3 miles south of Durango, I have to drag the utilities to that property. And I get it. There's no money for the county to put that in. There's all sorts of no money answers. But also, if you're requiring my business to try to put a fire hydrant of 8 inches caliber, and the closest fire hydrant to that piece of property is 8 miles away, now I have to build a fire line 8 miles long. This is not really great for agritourism, because agritourism is in fact based on agriculture. And the rules of agriculture are different. You know, if you own an ag business, did you know that if you own an ag business in La Plata County, the fire department has no jurisdiction on your buildings? They can't ask you to put in sprinklers. They can't ask you to put in this, that, and the other thing. But the problem is the county's definition of agriculture is different from the assessor's office, is different from the planning department, and is different from the state. 4 totally separate definitions of what is an agricultural piece of property. And in every single situation, they're all pointing at the other one. You need the answer from that guy. So Jared and I are currently under contract to buy 70 acres south of Durango. And I'm going to knock on wood, because we're in a feasibility study right now. And we got called by the planning department yesterday. And again, not their fault. It's just really confusing. So the planning department says to us, well, the fire department sent us revised notes that say they have no jurisdiction as long as you're agriculture. But if you go too far, all of their rules get triggered. And I was like, great. What is the line that I have to stay under to keep that from triggering? Because if those trigger and I have to build 8 miles of hydrant line, my business is dead in the water. I can't do that. I can't afford it, nor really, in all reality, should I. Apparently a dry hydrant in Colorado, or in our part of Colorado, doesn't work. That's really, really common in almost every single other state. Build a big pond, put a dry hydrant in it. When the fire department shows up, you suck the water into the pond. As long as you keep the pond at a certain level, all's well in the good. Not in the county. So I tell the county planning, I was like, I have to know what is the line that gets triggered so that I don't grow too big before I can afford to do something like that. Maybe someday I do it. Maybe someday a big development comes next door and all I have to do is drag it a half mile. Like, that's not a big deal. But if I'm going to build a massive infrastructure project, put 70 acres of apple trees with wildlife fencing around it and a production space in our county. We're what's called Ag Plus, meaning we grow the product, but then we also process, we value add to the product on the property. And this is the truth for all wineries. All wineries are Ag Plus. They are making product on the areas where they grow. And so they should all be considered agritourism. Agritourism is anything from like a U-pick farm to a winery to a ranch that takes you on, you know, on horseback. There's all sorts of things that fall under agritourism, but there is no protection for agritourism at the state level. Federal level, we know what we are. We're a winery. We're a limited winery. We answer state, local, federal, next door neighbors. We have to literally send a petition to every single person who lives within a certain feet of us and just be like, if we sell wine, would you object? And they can object and shut us down, but only at the very beginning. But where it becomes very complicated is at that base level, where I'm trying to open something that almost every state has wineries. And almost every state has a very strong definition of what a winery is, what version of agriculture that is, and what it can and cannot do. In this state, everyone's pointing at everyone else. Talk to the assessor. The assessor says, well, I consider you this until you do that. And I'm like, okay, well, what triggers from this to that? Well, you have to talk to the planning department on that. And so now we're less than a month away from closing on our dream property and moving a winery 10 minutes south of Durango, but we cannot get a straight answer from anyone. And there is no one person that's in charge of being like, listen, I am the man with the iron, and we're just going to iron this out. We're going to get it in writing so you know what your hurdles are as you go. I can't put 70 acres of apples in. I can't put thousands of square feet of winery building together, only to be told the day before I open, oh, you needed this, this, and this. And that's what happened to us in Dolores. We moved into our building. The town planner stamped our architectural drawings, which were required, understandable, safety first. Everything was stamped 2 days before we opened. Oh, you need XYZ before you can open. And I was like, hold on a minute. We just agreed that you saw the plans and the things you're asking of me are not on those plans. And the things you're asking of me are $30,000 worth of site improvements, again, for a building I don't own. And so for agrotourism, we're stuck between a rock and a hard place because we're kind of commercial, we're kind of agriculture, we're one of the fastest growing tourism parts of Colorado, and we are bringing money to the parts of Colorado that are not getting tourism otherwise. We don't, I mean, yes, Durango has a ski slope, yes. But also like the biggest, if you haven't been to James Ranch in Durango, James Ranch is a family-owned farm, regenerative ranch, one of the first in Colorado. They do just a stunning grill. You can go and eat a hamburger that was grown on the property, and the potatoes were dug up over here, and the sister makes all of the vegetables grow, and the brother makes all the cheese, and the bread is made on site. This is agritourism. You will stand in a line for an hour to eat a hamburger at this place. And you will eat that hamburger while you stare at the cows that made the cheese that's on the hamburger. And people can't get enough. And this can happen in every single town. If it's just a little bit more clear where we fall under the provisions of the government. So another fun trick of the federal versus the state level, wineries can't sell beer. Not even a little bit. And so you can go to a brewery, get yourself a glass of wine, not the other way around. And this is what happens here. So if you've got, you know, couple A and B, and one wants a glass of wine and the other one wants a beer, who's defaulting? You're heading to the brewery. And that's great. Craft beverages in this state are a massive, massive, massive draw. People come to Colorado just to go on vacations to drink beer. People go to Washington, Oregon, and California to drink wine. Why? We have just as many wineries as Oregon. Why is our wine not as much of a destination? Well, for us, cider is wine, but cider is not allowed in the state wine guild because of a handful of really big cideries decided that they didn't want to pay the like 7 cents a gallon tax to be considered a wine. And so we don't get any of that lovely tourism money. Oh, this is what it actually looks like to pick a tree. If you guys have, you know, obviously in high speed. So we don't get any of that good tourism money. Because we're kicked out of the wine guild. We also don't get agriculture money very much because we make alcohol. So we have decided the next step in our business is to become what's called a vintner's restaurant, which means we can sell 10% of our sales, 15% of our sales have to be food, but that allows us to sell beer and wine. But because all of these laws were written before women were allowed to vote, if we choose to change our license from a wine manufacturing license to a vintner's restaurant so that we can sell a beer, we can no longer distribute. We cannot sell out of state. Well, I don't know if you guys, who's from a town less than 100,000 people? Like pretty much everyone in this room, right? So what's the goal with tourism? It's to get money from the other people to come to your small town and to circulate that money when you're there, right? So me selling cider to the same 816 people in Dolores every week doesn't actually do our town any good. I sell to 38 states across the country. I sell thousands of dollars of cider to Hollywood, California alone. And if I want to sell a single beer, I can no longer take those dollars from other states and bring them in. And it's interesting because the federal government really only cares about taxes. We're not even like considered a food, right? We're regulated by the Tax and Trade Bureau. The federal government doesn't care. Every single state has the same rules as far as the federal government is concerned. But you go to a winery in Oregon, you're going to get like a half a dozen beers on tap. And you can take bottles to go and you can have them shipped home. Because it was a conscious decision by the state of Oregon to bring money from the outside in. And Oregon's wine industry, since they have changed those rules, has grown almost 50%. And I use Oregon as an example because the state's roughly the same size as ours. The distribution of population is very similar to ours. They have the I-5 corridor. We have the Front Range. But their craft business, their craft beverage industry is distilleries, breweries, wineries, cideries, sake. There's only one sake company in all of Colorado because the rules are so convoluted that they're taxed like a wine, regulated like a brewery, but technically there's no protection for either for them. So they're like insured out of the state or something. That's its own story. But what we're trying to say is there's like literally in Oregon, in Hood River, Oregon, for anyone who's ever been to Portland, Hood River is just outside of Portland. There's a single paragraph in their code that says a winery can sell any wine, any beer, blah, 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 under this threshold. You know, essentially saying like, if you're a winery, you shouldn't be selling more beer than you sell wine. But if you're going to throw a live music on the grass kind of concert, yeah, sell some beers so that everyone's happy. Because in the end, breweries across the state are rarely buying all of their materials in this state. There's actually only one brewery in all of Colorado that makes their beer from 100% Colorado materials. So breweries are actually not agriculture based. They are a metropolitan product. They're a cosmopolitan product because you need multiple ingredients that grow in different parts of the world, that grow at different times of the world. We pick the apples ourselves. You saw it. We're on our knees like a bunch of raccoons. We actually call ourselves Team Raccoon in the fall because we're like pretty scrappy and we always know when the fruit's ripe. If anyone's ever had a really solid backyard, you know, vegetable garden or anything, you know, your corn is almost ripe, then we wake up the morning and the raccoons have stripped your entire corn plot, like in one morning. That's us, but for apples. We'll get up in there and shake those trees. But so what we're trying to do is we're just trying to get people to understand that a single paragraph of policy can be the difference between an agriculture business that is selling all over the country and bringing tourism in can really thrive across our state with a single paragraph that says a winery can sell a beer and also distribute. And that is not a lot of words to change the game for the counties that have agriculture and pretty much every county in this state that does wine. Who's anyone here from Grand Junction, Fruta? Okay, yeah, so we got some people who like understand where this would be a game changer for our community. Breweries don't have to sell wine. Pretty much everyone drinks beer. But it'd be great if at a winery you wanted to go and listen to a concert. You could also have a beer. But that you don't take away my then ability to charge Hollywood to bring money to Dolores. And so that's like sort of a quick and dirty understanding of what agro-tourism and consider as a case study of what to do and not do. We are growing rapidly. We love our staff. This is my father after we made him pick for a holder. He fell asleep on a dog bed in our production space, and then we got him a drink and he felt better about it. We were really happy to open our first tasting room in Dolores. We just opened the tasting room on Main Street in Durango. We ship, like I said, all over the country. We're bringing money to this part of the world. Since my husband has been involved in apples in La Plata and Montezuma County, an additional 3,000 apple trees have gone into the ground. There is an opportunity for Southwest Colorado to be the Napa of hard ciders. It's easy to grow apples there. There are apples just hanging out in people's hay fields that have not been watered in years, and they're just dropping fruit, waiting for someone to turn it into money. And we can do that. And we are a custom crush facility. So we're making cider for other cideries under their name. We do it like quietly, and then there's a little tiny line on the back label that says, also bottom, I also care. But it allows other cideries to get started because the upfront cost of starting a winery is really, really high. So we are in the business not only of planting apples, making agritourism happen, but also to cultivate a situation where more cideries can be there. It's a rising tide. And so if anyone happens to have anything to do with the state of Colorado wine industry, please, by all means, let's talk about trying to get that one paragraph into our legislation. It should not be that much of a fight. If we can put wine in a grocery store, we can put beer in a winery. Thank you so much, everyone. That was like very anticlimactic. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, I think that's like the fastest presentation ever. You're hired. Don't go away, because can we do one or two questions?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Absolutely.
Okay. I knew your hand to be up, Steve.
Ask away, my friends.
So do you have a reverb on speed dial on your phone?
No. You give me the numbers I need to call. You better believe I'm on there. Yeah. Sounds great. Yeah. There are a handful of people in the Colorado Senate at the moment who are trying to pass some bills that would be very helpful. In the Vintners restaurant license, like I said, we could serve beer, but then we can no longer distribute. There's at least a bill on the floor right now that says a Vintners restaurant would then be able to distribute within the state of Colorado. But again, that's not exactly helping. That's not what we're trying to do. Like, let's just, like, I'm perfectly fine copying and pasting Oregon's code, throw that in La Plata County, and let's call it a day. Let's make some money for some people who are doing, like, we're trying to hire people of all technical skills. I mean, this is agriculture labor force meets chemistry, meets marketing and branding, distribution. Yeah, the rules in the state of Colorado are very, very favorable to beer. And that is why the beer industry here has exploded. Not so favorable to wine. And I don't want you to change anything about beer. I'm not trying to take anything away from beer, like pry it out of my cold, dead hands. But in the end, let's make it equal for everyone at least. Any other questions? Michael?
Not a question, more just a comment. I understand the beer industry is good, and I was wondering has. Years.
Congratulations.
Have you gotten with Barbara McLaughlin about what we're talking about right here?
So we were, we spoke to Barbara when we were in Dolores before we decided to make this move. I do need to get a hold of her. We, you know, we did some work for her last year. And she has a very empathetic ear for what we're trying to do. She definitely speaks for the industry. But yeah, what we essentially need to do, I don't know if anyone knows, I used to work in policy. I worked in the United States Senate for 10 years. I'm pretty good at drafting policy. Several of mine are now laws at the federal level. But what really needs to happen is we need to draft exactly what needs to be done and get in, you know, we need the legislation actually introduced.
I honestly think you get a lot of support by all our so just gotta get it from the right people.
Oh, I'm working on it. First, I gotta buy the land.
I have no doubt.
Right now, I'm just trying to afford the amount of fencing necessary to fence 70 acres because we live in a fence out state and cows got their rights, you know? Nothing wrong with that, but boy, they will take an apple tree out. But what'd you say? Oh, yeah, for sure. Absolutely. Yeah. Any other questions? If you are in Durango, by all means, come by, have a cider. If you're in Dolores, by all means, come by and see how we do it. For those who got to drink it last night, thank you. For those who were afraid to drink it because cider has a truly terrible reputation, you missed out. Ours is better. It really boils down to that.
If anybody wants to keep, I have what's left over.
Oh, this is not better.
Elizabeth and Jared, thank you so much for what you've done for Southwest Colorado and the great education.
Thank you so very much, everyone. Thank you for working hard for those who have a smaller voice, it seems.
And as this continues, I would love on behalf of tourism, as well as I bet you I can rope in agriculture to see how we can help you and your industry make a change in our economy in the state of Colorado. Thank you.
Okay, thank you guys.
All right, well, once again, thank you everybody for coming to Pagosa Springs in Archuleta County. We hope that some of you who got to come here from farther away got a little bit of time. We have a delicious lunch today provided by Gustoso's here in Pagosa Springs. And thanks again to Roxol for sponsoring our lunch, as well as Rocky Mountain Health Plans. Please enjoy your lunch, head back to your communities safely, and we look forward to seeing everybody either in Walden or at our fall conference, September 7th and 8th in Grand Junction. Brittany, that's it for me.
Perfect. Thank you. And yeah, I just wanted to do one more, save the date for our fall conference. It is our 70th year anniversary. So we're doing a unique kind of through the ages look at Club 20, what we've been able to accomplish in the past, what we're doing currently, and what we hope to achieve coming up in the future. So please keep an eye out for when those tickets will go on sale on our website. We'll probably send out some communication. So keep an eye on your email.
Yes, please.
Hello, everybody. Veronica Medina, County Commissioner in Archuleta County. Really quick before everybody kind of runs away or eats lunch, I would just like to say a special thank you for Brittany and her helper for bringing it to Archuleta. So thank you. And then if her helper, Annabelle, if you could also come up, I would take great pleasure in pinning both of you with an Archuleta County pin.
No, that'd be.
Got blood on my white.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Good. Blood's not ready yet.
They should be soon, but it can't double. I don't know if they're actually set in place. I haven't. So after I find out.
So. It falls sometime next week.
Okay.
And I will talk to you a little bit about maybe a revenue stream. If we get this